Chapter 2607. Ordinary experts, elite experts, top experts, and super experts were directly related to the stage of condensation of the divine image body. The first stage of condensation of the divine image body corresponded to ordinary experts, and so on. The second stage corresponded to elite experts, the third stage corresponded to top experts, and the fourth stage corresponded to super experts. Of course, this was only a correspondence and not absolute. For example, Chunzong could kill a 100-foot divine image alone when he was in the first stage of the divine image body. That was the level of an elite expert. Why was that so? Because Chunzong's great path sword technique had reached the perfection realm, which made each of his sword moves extremely powerful. Moreover, he had mastered a great path absolute art, which made him even more terrifying. Therefore, Chunzong could have the strength of a top expert when he was in the second stage of condensation of the divine image body. Now, Chunzong's divine image body had reached the third stage. In terms of divine image power, he had truly reached the level of a top expert. Then, coupled with his great path sword technique, did he have the strength of a super expert? Not at all. The battle with Sanqing Ci made Chunzong realize the strength of a super expert. Not only had his divine image body reached the fourth stage, but he had also mastered a great path martial art and great path absolute art to the perfection realm. Then, his current strength should be at the top of the top level, close to the level of a super expert. Netherlight Abyss. This was a dangerous place in the divine image secret realm's transcendence boundary, and it was also a place where divine images of the heavens gathered. In the Netherlight Abyss, not only were there 100-foot divine images, but there were also 200-foot divine images. There were even 300-foot divine images. It was a very chaotic place. Under normal circumstances, cultivators were not willing to enter this place. Because the Netherlight Abyss was complicated and chaotic, it was not as clearly divided as Blade Mountain's Coiling Dragon Valley. The divine images all had their own territories. In the Netherlight Abyss, only a few divine images had their own territories. Most of the divine images wandered around. For example, if you were to enter the Netherlight Abyss to hunt for a 1,000-foot-tall god phase, you might encounter a 2,000-foot-tall god phase, or even a 3,000-foot-tall god phase. You might even encounter more than one 3,000-foot-tall god phase when you were hunting a 3,000-foot-tall god phase. Only those top teams would enter the Netherlight Abyss to hunt. Otherwise, the rewards would not be proportional to the effort. Chunzong arrived outside the Netherlight Abyss. "Are you the new seventh seat?" A woman in tight leather armor glanced at Chunzong with a sharp gaze. She saw the 7 ultimate martial token on his waist. There was a number on it, 7. She asked. Chunzong nodded and glanced at the woman's waist. She also had a 7 extremes martial token with the number 5 on it, indicating that she was 5th in the 7 extremes martial token. Beside the woman, there was another person. He was a middle-aged man who also had a 7 despair martial token. The number on it was 3. He was the 3rd seat of the 7 despair martial token. This was the temporary rendezvous point for the 7 ultimate warriors. It was the temporary rendezvous point for the first seat to kill the king of divine aspect. The 7 ultimate warriors were allowed to gather here. Until now, the first seat had not arrived yet. The first to arrive were the 3rd seat, the 5th seat, and the new 7th seat, Chunzong. After observing for a while, the middle-aged man took the initiative to greet them. The 3rd seat was called Ling Fang and the 5th seat was called Wang Chu. They were from different borders. The two of them had known each other before. After all, they had been in the 7 ultimate warriors for a long time. Chunzong was a newcomer. Although he had been in the 7 ultimate warriors for a while, it was his first time meeting the other members. They were all members of the 7 ultimate warriors. It would have been fine if they had not met, but now that they had met, they naturally had to get to know each other. The middle-aged man was especially good at socializing. They started to get familiar with each other after a few words. Not long after, another person arrived. It was the sixth-seat Tianqi. "Hello, everyone." Tianqi's personality was more lively. He immediately greeted them. He turned his gaze and saw Chunzong's light blue armor. "Brother Chunzong, you're here too. Not bad. You even got the divine aspect heavenly armor." At that time, he was the one who invited Chunzong to join the 7 ultimate warriors. To a certain extent, their relationship was deeper. As they waited, they chatted idly. Finally, someone else arrived. The newcomer wore black and red armor. He held a black spear in his hand. The spear's blade was suffused with traces of red light. A 7 ultimate warrior token hung from his waist. The number on it was 1. The first seat. He was the only super master left in the 7 ultimate warriors. He was also the one who initiated the hunt for the King of Divine Aspect. "You're all here." The first seat was called Bo Gu. When he saw Chunzong and the other 3, he nodded slightly. His expression was a bit cold. "In that case, follow me." "Aren't we waiting for the 2nd and 4th seats?" Tianqi asked. "They have other things to do." "They can't come," Bo Gu replied. Carrying his spear, he strode into the Mingguang abyss. Since the 2nd and 4th seats could not come, these 5 would be the ones to act. A super master and 4 top masters. Chunzong also noticed that other than himself, the other 4 seats all had divine aspect heavenly armor and divine aspect heavenly armor. Their strength was extraordinary. He wondered if such a combination could hunt down the so-called King of Divine Aspect. Chunzong was still very curious. It seemed that the King of Divine Aspect was in the Mingguang Abyss. However, since ancient times, the place where the King of Divine Aspect appeared the most was the Mingguang Abyss. "Go deeper." They quickly went deeper. Along the way, Chunzong and the other 4 seats followed the first seat Bo Gu into the Mingguang Abyss. Along the way, if they encountered a celestial aspect, they ignored it. A celestial aspect was too weak for them. Even if they killed it, they would not gain any benefit. Even if it was a 200-meter celestial aspect, they would ignore it. The logic was the same. Of course, at such a high speed, even a 200-meter celestial aspect could not catch up with Chunzong and the other 4. Not long after, they encountered a 300-meter celestial aspect. However, the 300-foot celestial form was completely different. Its humongous body exuded a tyrannical aura that was extremely vigorous and powerful. Even a super expert like Bo Gu couldn't underestimate it. "Kill it!" Bo Gu called out. Chunzong also saw Bo Gu making a move. With a shake of his long spear, it turned into a strong black light that instantly pierced through the air. Its power was extremely shocking. It was the Great Dao Spear Technique, and it was the Great Dao Spear Technique at the Great Perfection stage. Immediately, the other 4 people followed suit and attacked the 300-meter celestial aspect. It was not that Bo Gu could not kill it alone, but in order to save time, the 5 of them attacked together. There was no doubt that the hunting speed would be faster. As expected, under the joint attack of the 5 people, the 300-meter celestial aspect did not last long and was killed. Of course, the one who contributed the most was Bo Gu. After all, he was a super master and could kill a 300-meter celestial aspect by himself. Chunzong and the other 3 only played a supporting role. However, this battle also allowed Chunzong to see the general strength of Bo Gu and the others. Bo Gu's strength seems to be stronger than 30% CI, the leader of the Divine Light Group, Chunzong secretly guessed. Chunzong had personally experienced 30% C's strength. Moreover, he used the Heart Sword technique to contend with him. Therefore, he was more clear about it. As for Bo Gu's strength, Chunzong had not personally fought with him. Now, he was just observing the battle. Based on the battle between Bo Gu and the 300-meter celestial aspect, he made a guess. With Chernzong's current accumulation and insight, such a guess was not far from the truth. Bo Gu's strength might really be stronger than 30% CI. As for how much stronger, Chernzong could not tell. The essence of the 300-meter celestial aspect was more vigorous and purer. It was not comparable to the essence of the 200-meter celestial aspect. The essence of the 300-meter celestial aspect was immediately divided into 4 and given to Chernzong and the other 3 to refine and absorb. As for why Bo Gu did not refine and absorb it? Because his celestial aspect body had already been condensed to the limit of the 4th stage. Even if he refined and absorbed it, he would not be able to improve it at all. The next step would be celestial aspect unification. However, celestial aspect unification was not that easy. It required an opportunity. This time, Bo Gu found the traces of the King of Divine Aspect and planned to kill it. His purpose was to use the King of Divine Aspect's essence, the super essence that was closest to the origin of the Divine Aspect, to help him find an opportunity to break through the limit and achieve celestial aspect unification. This was because he had already reached the limit of the Divine Aspect realm in all aspects. He had accumulated to the limit and could not improve any further. The next step was naturally to break through. The 4th stage. Since he had reached the limit, it was meaningless to continue to stay. On the contrary, it was just a waste of time. Of course, he had to seek a breakthrough. Then, if he wanted to break through to the 4th stage, he must first go through the celestial aspect unification step. However, he could not find any way at the moment. Moreover, the 2nd seat had achieved celestial aspect unification 1 step earlier than him. He could not help but feel a sense of urgency. Of course, he did not have any enmity or conflict of interest with the 2nd seat. On the contrary, their relationship was quite good. That sense of urgency was a kind of competition. However, he did not want to fall behind. However, it was wishful thinking to want to kill the King of Divine Aspect by himself. They could only work together. The most trustworthy people were undoubtedly the companions of the 7 ultimate technique. If they failed, then Bo Gu would compensate them with 10 300 Zhang godly phantoms essences. If they succeeded, then Bo Gu would get half of the King of Divine Phantoms essences, and the other half would be shared equally among the others. But, if they succeeded, then Bo Gu would get half of the King of Divine Phantoms essences, and the other half would be shared equally among the others. 4 people would get half, which was 1/8 of the total. The King of Divine Aspect's essence was said to be the existence closest to the origin. It would definitely be very shocking. As Bo Gu continued to move forward, he would occasionally encounter 3,000-foot godly aspects along the way. He kept killing them, and the godly aspects' essences would be divided equally among the 4 of them. While refining and absorbing, Chernzong could feel that his godly aspect body, which had just reached the 3rd stage, had become more condensed. His godly aspect power had also become stronger. This meant that the improvement of his basic strength would affect the power of his swordsmanship, Aowu, and even the Great Path's lost technique. If he could further improve his strength before he started to hunt the King of Divine Aspect, it would further increase his insurance. After all, according to the rumors, the King of Divine Aspect's strength was extremely terrifying. Chapter 2608. After killing the 12th celestial form and absorbing its essence, Bo Gu stopped in his tracks. This is where I discovered the King of Divine Aspect's whereabouts. Bo Gu's tone was filled with excitement. His words made Chernzong and the others look solemn. For some reason, they felt that there seemed to be a different aura in the air. Of course, that could be a psychological effect. Next, they had to find the King of Divine Manifestations. They could only hope that it had not been killed by others. However, the possibility of this was very small because the King of Divine Manifestations was extremely strong and would not be easy to kill. Perhaps everyone was very lucky, but it did not take long for them to find the King of Divine Manifestations. Chen Zong also saw the so-called King of Divine Manifestations, which was somewhat unexpected. In the Ultra Realm, a 100-meter God manifestation was the weakest, followed by a 200-meter God manifestation, then a 300-meter God manifestation was even stronger. According to this inference, the King of Divine Manifestations' body should be more than 300 meters tall. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could reach 400 or even 500 meters. In fact, this was indeed the case. Those legendary kings of divine manifestations did indeed have astonishingly large bodies. Of course, since ancient times, the King of Divine Manifestations had appeared very few times. Now, the King of Divine Manifestations that Chen Zong and the others saw with their own eyes was not so large. On the contrary, it was very small. In fact, it was even smaller than them. The King of Divine Manifestations was a human figure wearing golden armor. It was sitting on the back of a beast wearing a golden half-armor that looked like a fierce tiger but was even more ferocious and domineering. The tiger wearing the golden half-armor was about 100 meters tall, and the figure wearing golden armor and holding a golden spear on its back was about 100 meters tall. 100 meters tall was equivalent to the height of a low-realm god manifestation. However, the moment they saw this figure, whether it was Bo Gu, Chen Zong, or the others, they all felt a direct impact on them. Very strong. Very strong. The aura was obscure and terrifying, like an undercurrent hidden deep in the sea. It did not reveal the mountain nor the water, but once it exploded, it would definitely destroy everything. Why were they so sure that it was the King of Divine Manifestations that they were looking for? Because of their intuition. There was no need to prove it. They could tell just by feeling. The King of Gods. For no reason, everyone became excited. This was the King of Divine Phase, and they were about to accomplish a magnificent feat, which was to kill the King of Divine Phase. I'll take the lead. The four of you will assist me. Bo Gu took a deep breath and spoke. When his voice fell into the ears of the four, it was low and muffled. Chen Zong and the other three immediately nodded. On the way here, they had hunted down the 300-meter-tall gods, not only to obtain their god essence, but also to cooperate with each other. After all, hunting a king of gods was no small matter. If they weren't familiar with each other, they wouldn't be able to cooperate fully. The slightest carelessness and the slightest flaw could lead to failure. That said, none of them were ordinary people. After killing the 12 300-meter-tall godly manifestations, they all had a good understanding of each other's fighting styles, and could work together seamlessly. Immediately after, Bo Gu flipped his hand, and 4 chi appeared on his palm. The chi was light gold, and it looked like a spiritual snake swimming in his palm. In the next moment, the 4 light gold chi flew out and shot towards Chen Zong and the other 3. This is the heavenly spring essence, a secret treasure of the godly manifestation secret treasure. Everyone has one. No matter if your godly manifestation power is exhausted or your godly manifestation body is about to collapse, as long as you absorb it, you can instantly recover, Bo Gu said solemnly. This was the preparation he had made for hunting the King of Gods. Chen Zong and the other 3 were shocked. In the godly manifestation secret realm, apart from the godly manifestation heavenly armors and godly manifestation heavenly armors, there was something even more precious and rare. The godly manifestation secret treasures. The godly manifestation secret treasures were a general term, and there were many kinds of them. The effect of the heavenly spring essence was no less than a second life. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't really die. They would only lose one godly manifestation essence, and wouldn't be able to enter the godly manifestation secret realm for more than a year. However, if they were killed, it meant that the hunt had failed. If they wanted to kill the King of Gods again, they would have to wait until they entered the secret realm again. With the heavenly spring essence, even if they were killed, they would be able to recover to their peak state and continue to fight. It was no doubt amazing. "Thank you," the four of them expressed their gratitude to Bo-gu. With the essence of the heavenly spring, the chances of successfully killing the King of Gods had increased by a lot. Of course, if the difference in strength was too big, no matter how many heavenly spring essences they had, it would be useless. After all, the difference in strength was too big. Killing once, twice, or thrice didn't make much of a difference. It was just one more attack. "Are you ready?" Bo-gu gazed into the distance, locking his gaze on the King of Gods. His voice was getting deeper and deeper. Shortly after, Bo-gu's strength completely erupted, instantly reaching the pinnacle. Man and spear became one as if he had turned into a black meteor, bringing with him an incomparably violent and tyrannical power as he shot through the air. His might was unparalleled, and an indescribable aura spread out. It was beyond imagination, far stronger than before. A unique skill. Bo-gu didn't use a probing skill, he used a unique skill directly. The King of Gods wasn't weak. It was certain that his godly manifestation was more than 300 meters long. However, it was unknown how much it was more than that. Normally, what they should do was to test the opponent first, then use their full strength. However, what if the King of Gods was very strong? Then, they might not be able to use their full strength in time and be killed by the King of Gods directly. Therefore, from the very beginning, he didn't try to test the waters. Instead, he unleashed his most powerful attack. If even this attack couldn't do anything to the King of Divine Aspect, then the so-called hunt would be a joke. It would be an extravagant hope. Bo-gu exploded in an instant. Chen-zong and the others also exploded. The third seat specialized in fist technique. His right arm swelled to twice its original size, and he suddenly punched out, bursting with an extremely powerful force. It was as if he could shatter the sky. This was a top-tier ultima profound martial art of the transcendent realm. Vaguely, the fist carried with it a trace of the mysteries of the Great Path Lost technique. It was just one step away from truly reaching the level of the Great Path Lost technique. The fifth seat cultivated dual sabers. The dual sabers were long and narrow, and in an instant they erupted. Saber light intertwined and densely packed together to form a net of sabers, as if threads were threaded through needles. The net of blades was like the spring wind brushing the willows, but it was also dense and flexible. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. It was silent and light, like a swaying willow leaf, like a feather, approaching the King of Gods. Boom, boom, boom. The sixth seat, Tianqi, specialized in leg techniques, not body technique. His body movement was also derived from his leg movement. His legs struck out in an instant, and the tyrannical power of his legs intertwined and overlapped. One after another, the power of his legs was like a raging wave. Every kick contained an extremely terrifying power, and it was as if it could destroy a mountain. All of the attacks were aimed at the King of Divine Aspect. Chen-zong slashed out with his sword. Sword chi exploded, turning into an illusory image of mountains and rivers. A vigorous and domineering power spread out, and the suppressive power fell on the King of Gods first. Among the 5 people, Bo-gu and Chen-zong had used true Great Path's unique skills. They were all at the lower star level. Even the lowest level of Great Path's unique skills had astonishing power that Ao Wu couldn't compare to. The third seat's punch had reached the threshold of a Great Path's unique skill, surpassing Ao Wu's. However, it hadn't completely reached the level of a Great Path's unique skill. It was more like a half-step Great Path's unique skill. As for the 5th and 6th seats, they were both Ao Wu, the top Ao Wu of the Transcendent Realm. Without a doubt, the power that the 5 of them released in an instant was extremely terrifying. It was a power that could destroy mountains, and it directly bombarded the King of Gods. The power of the mountain and river suppressing sword fell on the King of Gods, and the suppressive power immediately made the King of Gods' body tremble slightly. However, in an instant, the tiger divine form under the King of Gods roared angrily. The roar was earth-shattering, and it exploded with an astonishing power. It was earth-shattering, and it directly shattered the power of Chen Zong's mountain and river suppressing sword. Bo Gu's Great Path's unique skill, which was like a falling meteor, also arrived. However, the King of Gods raised the golden long spear in his hand and rotated it. It seemed slow, but it was extremely heavy. It suddenly smashed down like a thunderstorm, destroying everything in its path. With a boom, the void seemed to be shattered under the heavy impact of the spear. Collision. The tyrannical power collided with each other and directly exploded. The terrible aftermath instantly spread in all directions, shattering everything and turning them into dust. Bo Gu was directly sent flying. The divine sky armor on his body shook violently, as if it was about to shatter, but it still held on. The other people's attacks all landed on the King of God's body. Chen Zong's sword also directly slashed the King of God's body. He immediately felt that his sword seemed to have cut into an extremely hard object, and it was blocked. A tyrannical rebounding force rebounded, and Chen Zong's entire body was sent flying. Shocking. Chen Zong's expression was incomparably shocked. The Zhenshan River's tyrannical sword actually shattered after slashing into the King of Gods. The King of Gods didn't seem to be injured at all. No, Chen Zong's sharp senses told him that the King of Gods was injured, but it was very light. However, if the King of Gods was injured, it meant that if everyone worked together, they still had a chance to kill him. Otherwise, if no one was injured, it meant that everyone working together couldn't fight the King of Gods at all. Chen Zong's sword did indeed injure the King of Gods. When the other people's attacks landed on the King of Gods' body, they also caused some minor injuries and slightly weakened the King of Gods' power. However, this kind of weakening was insignificant. If the King of Gods was 3,000 feet tall, facing the full power of everyone's combined attack, even if he didn't directly die, he would be on the verge of death. However, the King of Gods was so tyrannical that the injuries he suffered were too light. It was less than 1%. However, everyone still saw a glimmer of hope. There was hope to kill the King of Gods. Fight. Bo Gu exploded again, and his spear arrived. Kill. Kill. Chapter 2609. The God of God's body didn't need to eat, drink, sleep, or breathe. However, Chen Zong and the other four felt suffocated. Strong. The King of Gods was too strong. Even if the 5 of them used their full strength, they could only contend with the King of Gods. They were completely at a disadvantage. The pressure was too strong. The King of Gods not only had amazing defensive abilities, but its attack power was also terrifying. Because it had a mount, its speed was also very fast. It moved like the wind, making it even more difficult to surround it. The King of Gods was extremely difficult to deal with. The power of its golden spear was terrifying. Kill the mount first, Bo Gu said seriously. Only by killing the mount could Han Sen suppress the King of Gods' mobility and speed. The 4 of them understood this point. They immediately changed their attack direction and attacked the Tiger God's mount. Roar. The Tiger God's mount suddenly roared. It seemed to understand that it was being targeted. It was furious. It suddenly pounced, and its tiger claws were cold and fierce, tearing everything apart. The King of Gods on the Tiger God's mount also attacked with its spear. It was as fast as a golden meteor. The tip of the spear was so sharp that it could pierce through everything. Bo Gu's strength was the strongest. Even if he couldn't fight the King of Gods one-on-one, he could still contend with it. With the help of Chen Zong and the others, even though they were at a disadvantage, their teamwork allowed them to resist the King of Gods' attack. Not a single one of them had been killed. However, the consumption of energy was shocking. This kind of battle was intense, so the burden was obvious. The 5 of them looked cold and serious. Their eyes were unprecedentedly serious. None of them could die. If any of them died, their cooperation would be broken. Then, they would all be killed by the King of Gods. Tianqi's legs carried an extremely violent force. They hit the Tiger God's mount directly. The force of the kick could break mountains, but it didn't cause much damage to the King of Gods. On the contrary, the force of the kick made Tianqi's legs tremble, and he flew backward. The tiger claws tore through the air and grabbed at Tianqi's God's body. The sharp claws were glowing with golden light. If Tianqi's God's body was caught, he would be severely injured, even if he didn't collapse. Tianqi could not help but reveal a look of shock. In the blink of an eye, an overbearing sword radiance slashed horizontally from the side, carrying the power of a mountain. It hit the golden tiger claw directly. The sound of metal clashing against metal was ear-piercing. The tiger claw was also deflected by the sword. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tianqi moved his legs and dodged the tiger claw by a hair's breadth. Among the 5 of them, only one used a sword. It was Chunzong, the 7th seat. The King of God's mount was attacked again, and it kept getting injured. Although each injury was light, it kept accumulating, and its power was gradually weakened. However, the King of Gods could absorb God's aura from the outside world to replenish itself. This wasn't something the other gods could compare to. This way, even if it was slightly injured and its power was weakened, it could still absorb God's aura from the outside world to replenish itself. Of course, the others could do this too. With the 7 ultimate martial token, they could absorb God's aura twice as fast. Even so, they still couldn't compare to the King of Gods. In terms of consumption, they still couldn't beat the King of Gods. Powerful strength, shocking defense, super fast speed, and extraordinary recovery ability. The King of Divine Aspect's terrifying strength was practically flawless. If there were no flaws, then they would create one. If they killed the mount first, perhaps there would be a flaw, and the King of God's power would be weakened. Slash of heavenly wind. Chunzong's sword slashed at the Tiger Divine Form's mount. The sword radiance shattered and he bounced back. At the same time, Chunzong's body turned back in the air. He was as graceful and agile as a swallow. Then he slashed again, turning into an extremely sharp bolt of lightning. Lightning slash of shocking wind. The extremely sharp sword pierced through everything. The first 2 slashes caused a certain amount of damage to the Tiger Divine Form's mount, weakening its power slightly. The current situation was that Bo Gu was fighting with the King of Gods, trying his best to resist, while the other 4 attacked the mount, trying to kill it. Power of sword armor. Suppressing the mountains and rivers. Chunzong slashed the divine tiger form with his sword again. The sword of the Great Path was extremely powerful, and with the power of the sword armor, its power was increased by another 30%, making the power of the sword even more terrifying. The body of the divine tiger form mount was suddenly split open, leaving behind a clear sword mark. The aura of the divine tiger form quickly dissipated, and the power of the divine tiger form mount was obviously reduced. Even its speed was reduced. Good! Everyone was secretly delighted. The Tiger Divine Form's mount was furious. Its tiger claws tore through the air and attacked Chunzong. The King of Gods also attacked with his spear, carrying the power of 10,000 tons. It smashed out fiercely, making Chunzong feel as if the world was falling apart. Power of sword armor. Suppressing the mountains and rivers. Unable to dodge, Chunzong could only explode with his most powerful power. He slashed out with his sword, and the sword chi of the mountains and rivers circled around and condensed on the heavenly river sword. Even the power contained within the heavenly river sword was stimulated. The terrifying power was as heavy as a mountain. It directly smashed down and shattered Chunzong's sword. Chunzong also realized how terrifying the power of the King of Gods was. Chunzong's sword, which he had used all his strength in, was actually unable to block the attack and was directly shattered. A terrifying force came crashing down, causing Chen Zong's entire body to fly backward. The Ming Lan sword armor on his body crazily rippled, layer after layer. Blue light shone brightly, as if it was a stormy sea. It felt as if it could not withstand the force and was about to be shattered. He could not feel any pain, but Chen Zong could clearly feel that his divine form's body had been damaged. The Ming Lan sword armor had only blocked most of the power. There was still a small part of the power that fell on his divine form's body, causing damage and weakening his power. Absorb. Chen Zong kept absorbing the aura of the divine form around him. With the help of the 7 ultimate martial token, his absorption speed doubled. The power that had been consumed quickly recovered, but Chen Zong did not wait for it to recover. He attacked again with his sword. The joint attack could not be stopped. Otherwise they would all be killed. The King of God's next attack was blocked by Bo Gu. Bo Gu was much stronger than Chen Zong and could barely resist the King of God's long spear. Suppressing the mountains and rivers. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zong attacked the tiger-shaped divine form with his sword again, causing it to be injured again. The battle was extremely fierce. Within a radius of a few thousand meters, everything was bombarded into smithereens. It was like a ruin, and it was still being ravaged by the bombardment. Tian Qi's divine form. The divine form's body was thin and almost dissipated. It seemed that if a slightly stronger wind blew, it would dissipate like a candle in the wind and turn into nothingness. The essence of the heavenly spring. In an instant, Tian Qi absorbed the essence of the heavenly spring. His divine form body solidified at an astonishing speed, and his divine form power was completely restored to its peak state. Tian Qi was the first to use the essence of the heavenly spring. If he did not use it, he would die. Once he died, there would only be 4 people left, and they would be even weaker. They might be killed by the King of Gods one by one, causing the hunt to fail. Not long after, the 5th seat also had to use the essence of the heavenly spring to completely restore his divine form body and divine form power. The 3rd seat's most powerful punch directly hit the tiger-shaped divine form mount. Chen Zong also attacked with his sword. Seizing the opportunity, Bo Gu also attacked with his spear. As if it was burning, his divine form power was ignited. He used the method of direct consumption to explode with an unparalleled spear attack. Under the attack of the spear, the tiger-shaped divine form mount was almost shattered. But at the same time, Bo Gu's divine form body was also hit by the spear. More than half of it was broken and almost collapsed. The essence of the heavenly spring. The essence of the heavenly spring was immediately consumed. In an instant, Bo Gu's divine form body quickly solidified, and his divine form power was completely restored. Kill. The tiger-shaped divine form mount's power was greatly reduced, and it was the best opportunity to kill it. Finally, under the joint efforts of the 5 people, the tiger-shaped divine form mount was directly shattered. However, the essence of the divine form it left behind was directly absorbed into the body of the King of Gods. With a continuous roar, the pattern of a fierce tiger appeared on the golden armor of the King of Gods. It was vivid and lifelike, and it seemed to strengthen the King of Gods' aura. It seemed that they had outsmarted themselves. Everyone's expression stiffened. Originally, the purpose of killing the tiger-shaped divine form mount was to restrain the King of Gods. But it seemed that was not the case. The King of Gods' aura was much stronger. However, at this point, they could only continue to fight. If they could not kill the King of Gods this time, then they would need at least a few more supermasters to hunt him down next time. No matter what, this time, they had to give it their all to kill him. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. The essence of the heavenly spring that they had consumed before would also be wasted. It should be known that a divine treasure like the essence of the heavenly spring was very rare. Bo Gu was lucky enough to encounter and obtain it. Of course, in order to obtain the essence of the heavenly spring, he had to risk his life. During the fierce battle, Everyone realized that after the King of Gods absorbed the essence of the tiger-shaped divine form mount, his aura had indeed become stronger. His power had also increased, but his movement speed had indeed decreased compared to when he had the mount. Their previous decision to kill the mount was not wrong. There was hope. There was still hope to kill him. The spear pierced through the air, and the golden light pierced through everything. In an instant, the third seat's divine form heavenly armor was broken, and his divine form body was also pierced. Shocking power exploded. The third seat suddenly grabbed the golden spear with both hands and exploded with all his power, holding it tightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other 4 people also exploded with their strongest attacks, bombarding the King of God's body. The 4 attacks landed on the King of God's body, and immediately caused some damage. Chapter 26:10. I went out for dinner with my parents and came back only now. It was a 5-on-1 battle, but the King of Divine Aspect was able to block their attacks with just his spear and armor, and he was able to continuously counterattack. Its spear was extremely heavy and powerful. If one were to be hit by it, one would be severely injured. This was even under the protection of the Divine Image Heavenly Armor. Without the protection of the Divine Image Heavenly Armor, even a 4th-stage Divine Image body would not be able to withstand it. It was very likely that one would be shattered by the spear. However, the advantage of killing the mount first was obvious. At least, the King of Divine Image's movement speed was significantly reduced. It would not be as difficult to hit him as before. Chunzong used his perfect realm sword technique. Sword after sword, he looked for opportunities to strike the King of Divine Image's body. The King of Divine Image's strength was tyrannical, especially after fusing with the Divine Image essence of the mount. It was even stronger and more shocking. Its attack speed was also very fast, and its defense was terrifying. However, without the mount, its speed and agility were significantly reduced. This was one of its weaknesses. Its second weakness was its martial arts technique. The King of Divine Image did not have any martial arts technique. With a spear in hand, it relied purely on its terrifying strength to wield it. It did not have any spear techniques to speak of. Even if it did, it was very crude. If it could master a superb spear technique, its combat ability would be at least several times stronger. At that time, not only would the 5 of them not be able to do anything to it, but they would also be killed. If there was a weakness, then there was a need to target it. Bo Gu's spear techniques were superb, Chunzong's sword techniques were superb, and the other 3's martial arts techniques were not bad either. Even so, except for Chunzong, the other 4 had all used the Heavenly Spring Essence. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Die! Bo Gu exploded again. Suddenly, his spear pierced through the air. The Great Path Lost technique released a terrifying power that directly bombarded the King of Divine Image's body. This seemed to be a move that hurt the enemy by 1,000 but also hurt himself by 800. The King of Divine Image was directly pushed back a dozen meters, and Bo Gu's Divine Image body became much thinner. It seemed that he had overdrawn his energy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the others also exploded, bombarding the King of Divine Image's body again. Bo Gu's Divine Image body once again solidified, and his aura returned to its peak. Heavenly Spring Essence. The second Heavenly Spring Essence. It was also the last one. Fortunately, the King of Godly Image's Godly Image body had been severely damaged by their attacks, and its power had decreased significantly. However, even though its power had decreased, the King of Divine Phase was still very powerful. No one could defeat it one-on-one. They still had to team up. Bo Gu also took the opportunity to transmit a message to the others, explaining that he had used up all of his Heavenly Spring Essence. In other words, he couldn't use the same move again unless he was confident that he could kill the King of Gods. The king of divine aspect seemed to understand that Bo Gu was the strongest, and he posed the greatest threat to him. He had to get rid of him first. The golden spear pierced through the air and blasted towards Bo Gu. With a single strike, Bo Gu was sent flying. His celestial image dimmed even more. The second spear suddenly changed direction, and with a terrifying force, it smashed towards Chen Zong. It was too fast and too ferocious. Chen Zong couldn't dodge it and was hit directly. However, Chen Zong blocked it with his Milky Way sword, and his whole body was sent flying. The king of godly images' body shook, and its godly power dissipated. Its power weakened again. Fight to the death. The five of them were fighting with their lives on the line against the king of divine image. It was as if they only had one chance at life, and they were determined to fight to the death. The World Sword technique was constantly used, and the One Heart Sutra was constantly activated. Chen Zong was comprehending the mysteries of the World Sword technique while observing the King of Divine Images' attacks. Because of this, Chen Zong was able to hold on until now without using up the Heavenly Spring essence. World Sword technique, suppressing mountains and rivers. Chen Zong took advantage of the opportunity again and used a Great Path technique. It was extremely powerful. He slashed out with his sword, and it seemed to be able to cut through everything. It directly slashed the King of Divine Image's body, causing damage again. The King of Divine Image suddenly turned around and stabbed his spear towards Chen Zong. The force of the attack was shocking, and it directly hit Chen Zong's body. The Ming Lan sword armor was directly hit, and there were countless ripples on it. It was as if the sword armor was going to shatter, and it made a sound as if it couldn't bear the weight of the attack. A part of the terrifying power passed through the Ming Lan sword armor and directly bombarded Chen Zong's godly image's body. It made Chen Zong feel as if his godly image's body was going to be penetrated and shattered. Cracks also appeared on the Ming Lan sword armor, as if it would shatter at any time. Previously, the godly image's body was constantly damaged, and the power of the godly image was constantly weakened. This caused its strength to weaken, and its attack power also decreased. Naturally, the damage it caused to the King of Divine Image was also decreasing. However, Chen Zong had not used up the essence of Heavenly Spring. Instead, he relied on his own ability and the assistance of the 7 ultimate martial token to recover. This time, however, he had to use up the essence of Heavenly Spring. In an instant, Chen Zong felt that as the essence of Heavenly Spring was digested in his body, a pure and vigorous power also spread out. It was like a torrential flood, and it was like a storm. In a very short time, it spread to every part of his body. Some of it even poured into the Ming Lan sword armor, forming a cycle. Chen Zong felt that his godly image's body was also condensed to the extreme in a short time. The power of the godly image filled the godly image's body, surging like a tide. Even the cracks on the Ming Lan sword armor disappeared. Recovered. Completely recovered. This shocked Chen Zong. The secret treasure of the godly image was indeed extraordinary. It was only the essence of Heavenly Spring, but it had completely restored his godly image's body and power to his peak. It was really a good treasure. If he had more of it, he would be able to face the King of Godly Images alone. Of course, a secret treasure of the Heavenly Spring was too rare. At least until now, Chen Zong had only obtained it once, and it was given to him by Bo Gu when he was hunting the King of Godly Images. If not for that, Chen Zong would not have encountered any secret treasure of the godly image. No, it should be said that before the essence of Heavenly Spring, Chen Zong had also encountered a secret treasure of the godly image, which was the 7 ultimate martial token. However, although the 7 ultimate martial token was very good, it was still inferior to the essence of Heavenly Spring. Subconsciously, Chen Zong took a deep breath and consumed the essence of Heavenly Spring. After recovering, Chen Zong also had a new understanding, which was the understanding of the world Tao. Previously, he had been constantly studying the world scroll. Although he had not fully understood it, it had left a deep impression on him. He had used the world sword technique again and again, using the great paths suppressing mountains and rivers. Under the pressure of the king of godly images, he had integrated them and made a breakthrough. The sword chi exploded, and the illusory image of mountains and rivers suddenly appeared. Compared to before, it was much clearer. Not only that, but the power of suppression had also increased by at least 2 times. The world sword technique suppressing mountains and rivers. Under the endless sword chi of mountains and rivers, Chen Zong's sword burst out. The sword light was vast, and the illusory image of mountains and rivers surrounded it. The power was endless, and it directly slashed down, suppressing everything. The king of godly images was suppressed in an instant. Suppression. The suppression power of the sword had increased by 2 times. If the previous suppressive power had been nothing to the king of divine image, then this suppressive power had a real effect on the king of divine image. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the others also attacked the king of godly image's body. Chen Zong's sword light surrounded by mountains and rivers slashed down. It also carried the power of the sword armor and the Milky Way sword itself, which increased the power of the sword by a lot. Suddenly there was a cracking sound. The king of godly image's extremely hard armor with amazing defensive power was suddenly cut open by Chen Zong's sword, and a crack appeared. Good chance. Pogu's eyes shone like a dragon's as he made a prompt decision. Without the slightest hesitation, he erupted once more, exhausting his strength to unleash his most tyrannical attack. This attack was the spear, the Great Path's spear technique. It had caused considerable damage to the king of godly images several times. But before this, the spear had been blocked by the king of godly images' armor, so the damage caused was limited. But this time, it followed the crack created by Chen Zong's sword and attacked the king of godly image's body in an instant. The spear pierced through the air and immediately pierced the king of godly image's body. Suppressing the mountains and rivers, Chen Zong burst out a second time and slashed out again. Mid-level. After using and comprehending it again and again, Chen Zong had derived the suppressing the mountains and rivers technique to new height. It surpassed the low-level star level and reached the mid-level star level. Its power was multiplied. It was precisely because of this that he was able to suppress the king of godly images for a moment. Moreover, with the power of the sword armor and the Milky Way sword, he was able to cut open the king of godly images' amazing defensive power. This sword slashed through the crack in the armor and directly hit the king of godly image's body. Bo Gu's fatal attack directly injured the king of godly images. The king of godly images' power was quickly drained, and his strength was obviously reduced. Facing Chen Zong's sword, the king of godly images couldn't dodge at all. As the sword slashed through, the terrible power immediately cut into the king of godly image's body, causing more and more damage. The armor also cracked even more. The other 3 seized the opportunity and attacked instantly. They bombarded the cracks in the armor and directly hit the king of godly image's body. The king of godly image's body was indeed very strong, but without the defense of the armor, its strength was limited. The king of godly image's body was damaged even more thoroughly. The faster the godly image's power was drained, the more their strength decreased. Kill! Kill! All of them roared as if they were roaring. They poured out all their power and bombarded the king of godly image's body without holding back. The suppressing the mountains and rivers technique was used for the 3rd time. It slashed into the king of godly image's body again, and suddenly, it was completely split open. It dissipated. The king of godly image's body also dissipated, leaving behind a 3-meter-long golden essence of godly images. It was like a flood dragon, exuding a shocking aura. Chapter 26:11. Blazing. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the 10-meter-long golden object that looked like a dragon. Essence of the god. That was the essence of the king of gods, the super essence of the god that was closest to the god's origin. Chunzong knew what the god's origin was like. There was a huge difference between the god's essence and the god's essence, but the king of gods' essence was said to be the closest to the god's origin. One could imagine how amazing it was. Just by sensing it, he could feel how strong, pure, and vigorous the aura of the king of divine characteristics divine form was. It was completely incomparable to the 300-foot king of divine form's essence. There was no comparison between the two. The difference between them was fundamental. Taking a deep breath, Bogu immediately made his move. With a swing of his spear, the god's essence was split into two. In the next moment, he directly absorbed half of it. As for the other half, Chunzong swung his sword. It looked like a single swing of his sword, but it directly divided the god's essence into 4 equal parts. Chunzong absorbed one of the parts into his body. As for the other 3 parts, they were absorbed by the 3rd, 5th, and 6th seats respectively. At this point, everyone was relieved. Once the god's essence entered their body, it was equivalent to them owning it. Even if they were killed, it would not drop. Thank you. The 3 of them expressed their gratitude to Bogu and Chunzong. They expressed their gratitude to Bogu because he invited them to hunt the king of gods together and gave them the essence of the heavenly spring. In the end, they succeeded. They expressed their gratitude to Chunzong because Chunzong had contributed a lot. It could be said that Bogu was the initiator and had an important contribution to successfully hunting the king of gods. However, Chunzong's contribution was also indispensable. If Chunzong had not cut through the king of gods' armor, allowing everyone's attacks to directly attack the king of gods' body, they would probably have to continue fighting. As for whether they could successfully kill the king of gods in the end, it was still unknown. The king of divine aspect was too difficult to deal with. He was too strong. If it weren't for the Heaven Spring quintessence, the hunt would have been a failure. And if Chunzong hadn't broken through the king of gods' armor, there was a 60% chance that the hunt would have ended in failure. Not only would everyone have died, but they would also have lost 7 strands of Heaven Spring quintessence. It was reasonable to say that Chunzong's contribution was great, and it was reasonable for him to ask for more of the essence of the god's form. However, Chunzong did not do so, and still distributed it as they had agreed before. The essence of the king of gods was known as the super essence that was closest to the origin. Who wouldn't want it? Therefore, everyone was very grateful to Chunzong. Everyone, let's go. Bogu smiled. Everyone nodded. While refining the king of gods' essence, they turned around and left quickly. After this, maybe I won't enter the divine aspect secret realm again. You should find another suitable person to join the 7 ultimate martial arts, Bogu said with a smile. After obtaining half of the essence of the king of gods, Bogu was very confident that he could find an opportunity to achieve divine aspect reunification. Once he achieved divine aspect reunification, he would not be able to enter the divine aspect secret realm again, and there would be one more person left in the 7 ultimate martial arts. However, Chunzong did not want to find another person to join the 7 ultimate martial arts. It was very difficult to refine the essence of the king of gods because it was extremely pure and vigorous. Even with the help of the 7 ultimate martial arts token, it would take more time. Everyone separated. Chunzong walked out of the Mingguang abyss, speeding up the refining process. He could feel that his god's form was quickly solidifying and becoming more compact. It was as if it was transforming from stone to steel. The power of the god's form was also increasing, causing Chunzong's basic strength to increase. The god's form's essence seemed small, and it was not even as big as the god's form's essence. However, the power it contained was far greater than the complete god's form's essence. It was an essential difference. Increase. As it continued to increase, Chen Zong could clearly feel the changes in his god's form. It was very shocking. Originally, when he had just stepped into the Mingguang abyss, he had only just entered the third stage. After he had obtained some of the god's form's essence, he had condensed and increased his strength. However, there was still a big gap between him and the fourth stage. Now, however, Chen Zong could feel that he was constantly approaching the fourth stage. Condense. Condense again. Increase. Increase again. It was as if there was no end to the condensation and increase in strength. The god's aura from the outside world was also constantly being absorbed and poured into the god's form's body, causing the god's form's power to grow even stronger. Finally, Chen Zong's god's form had condensed to the peak of the third stage. Then, it had reached the pinnacle. However, the god's aura continued to pour into his body. Around Chen Zong's god's form's body, the god's aura swept in like a storm. It was as if it had turned into a whirlpool, and Chen Zong had become the center of the whirlpool. The whistling sound continued, sweeping in all directions. The aura of the divine form became denser and more violent. It was like the water of a long river surging endlessly, pouring into Chen Zong's body. It was as if it was going to explode. The god's aura that kept pouring into Chen Zong's god's form's body was rapidly transformed into god's form's power. As the god's form's power flowed, it replenished and strengthened the god's form's body, causing it to further condense and become more powerful. In turn, it helped to strengthen the god's form's power. They complemented each other. Chen Zong finally understood how rare the god's essence was. Not only did it contain amazing power, but it could also guide the god's aura from the outside world into the body, just like now. Generally speaking, the god's form's body would condense first, and then the god's form's power would increase. However, with the help of the god's essence, Chen Zong was able to use the god's form's power to condense the god's form's body, and then feed it back. The storm was raging, and the whistling sound was endless. Chen Zong's body also shook violently, like rolling thunder. It was amazing. When the god's aura around him was completely absorbed into the god's form's body and transformed into god's form's power, Chen Zong felt his god's form shake involuntarily. The tyrannical god's form's power was like a surging tide. The Ming Lan sword armor on his body also rippled with layers of blue ripples, and blue light shone brightly. Condense. Vaguely, Chen Zong seemed to hear something. He felt that his god's form's body was condensed to the extreme in an instant, breaking the limit and rising to a new height. Then, the god's form's power seemed to be transforming in layers of turbulent waves. Strong. A very tyrannical feeling filled the air, and Chen Zong felt like he had crushed a mountain and shattered a vacuum. This kind of power was incomparable to before. The fourth stage. The body refining God's form had finally condensed to the fourth stage. In other words, the current Chen Zong had truly reached the level of a supermaster. There were less than 100 supermasters in the entire transcendent boundary realm. However, there might be one more in the future. For example, the third, fifth, and sixth seats of the 7 absolute martial skills. When they refined the essence of the King of God's form, their god's form would also condense to the fourth stage. At that time, their strength would increase greatly. Especially the third seat, who might be able to master a true great Tao lost art and become a supermaster. As for the fifth and sixth seats, they had not mastered a great Tao martial skill to perfection, let alone a great Tao lost art. However, if their god's form was condensed to the fourth stage, their strength would also increase by leaps and bounds, surpassing ordinary top masters. The aura of the god's form was no longer as mighty as a storm. Instead, it returned to a peaceful and even speed as it merged into Chen Zong's body. After the breakthrough, Chen Zong began to stabilize in the fourth stage. The Divine Light Group. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. The fourth stage God's form had allowed Chen Zong to reach the level of a supermaster in terms of basic strength. Perhaps there was still a gap between him and the Divine Light Group's leader, 30% CI. However, Chen Zong was confident that he could kill him with the middle star-grade martial skill, suppressing mountains and rivers. With a thought, Chen Zong immediately used the 7 absolute martial token to send a message to the 3rd, 5th, and 6th seats, asking if they knew where the Divine Light Group's leader, 30% CI, was. After all, if he went to look for him, he didn't know when he would find him, unless he was lucky enough to meet him by coincidence. "I'll go and ask around." The 3 of them naturally didn't know, but they quickly replied, and the contents of their replies were similar. Of course, Chen Zong wouldn't stay idle. He was looking for a 3,000-foot god's form in the Mingguang Abyss, preparing to kill it alone. Although his god's form had reached the 4th stage, it was only the beginning. He could continue to improve it to the extreme. In addition, 30% CI, the leader of the Divine Light Group, might appear in the Mingguang Abyss. If he was lucky, he might meet him. Even if he didn't meet him, he could still kill a 3,000-foot god's form to refine and absorb its essence, continuing to improve his god's form and power. The stronger he was, the more confident he would be in killing 30% CI. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem to kill a 3,000-foot god's form alone. It didn't take long for Chen Zong to find a 300-foot tall godly form. When the 300-foot tall godly form saw Chen Zong, it immediately rushed over. Its huge body and shocking aura caused the surrounding air to ripple and the ground to tremble. Chen Zong didn't dodge. Instead, he faced it head-on and slashed out the World Sword Principle. The power of the World Sword Principle, which was activated with the power of the 4th stage, was even more shocking. Chen Zong didn't use Aowu. He just activated the World Sword Principle and fought fiercely with the 3,000-foot god's form. His purpose was naturally to test his current strength and adapt to the further increase in strength after his breakthrough. After a moment of fierce fighting, the 3,000-foot god's form was killed by Chen Zong, leaving behind a thick god's form essence. Chen Zong quickly absorbed it into his body, and then quickly refined and absorbed it. Compared to refining the essence of the King of Godly Manifestations, it was much faster. Before long, Chen Zong had finished refining it. Unfortunately, after refining the essence of the 3,000-foot god's form, Chen Zong felt that the improvement of his god's form and power wasn't obvious. He could only accumulate it slowly. Chapter 26:12. The Mingguang Abyss was vast, far larger than the Blade Mountain and the Coiling Dragon Valley. Chen Zong continued to search for the 3,000 feet tall celestial bodies and continued to hunt. 1, 2, 3. When Chen Zong killed the 13th godly form, the 7 ultimate martial token vibrated. It was a message from Tianqi. 30% CI, the leader of the Divine Light Group, was hunting godly forms in the Mingguang Abyss with 2 top fighters and a dozen elite fighters. Mingguang Abyss. Chen Zong smiled. It saved him the trouble of looking elsewhere. Moreover, Tianqi had found out the general location of 30% CI and the others. It was more convenient for Chen Zong to go there directly. "Chen Zong, do you want to deal with the Divine Light Group?" "Count me in," Tianqi said. "I'll go too," the 3rd and 5th seat said. "Count me in," the 1st seat Bo Gu said. "Thank you, everyone. However, I alone am enough," Chen Zong replied. With his current strength, he could definitely kill 30% CI. If he could kill 30% CI, the other members of the Divine Light Group would not be a problem. "If you need help, just say the word," Bo Gu replied. The others also expressed their opinions. After all, they had just killed the King of Godly Forms not long ago and had established a tacit understanding. In that battle, Chen Zong had contributed a lot. There was no harm in befriending Chen Zong. Perhaps they would meet in the universe at some point. Geniuses like them would really explore the universe after reaching the fourth realm. It would not be too difficult for them to break through to the fifth realm. At that time, they would definitely explore the universe in search of opportunities. Although the possibility of meeting was not high, there was still a slight chance. According to Tianqi's information, Chernzong headed northeast of the Mingguang Abyss. The people of the Divine Light Group were hunting gods in the northeast of the abyss. The saber light was overbearing and ferocious to the extreme. It was incomparably awe-inspiring as it slashed through the air. The 300-foot-tall body of the divine image was instantly severed and rapidly dissipated, leaving behind a thick divine image essence. Immediately, 30% Qing Ci slashed out with his saber, directly splitting the celestial image essence into two. Then, he divided the other half into many segments. He absorbed half of the celestial image essence, while the other half was absorbed by the 2 top experts and a dozen elite experts. Refining and absorbing, the bodies of the godly forms continued to condense and their godly power became stronger. A god's image was flying over from the distance. Every step it took covered hundreds to thousands of feet. It wasn't trying to hide its aura, so it was immediately sensed by 30% of the cultivators. However, this was the Netherlight Abyss, and there would often be other god image bodies coming here to hunt god images, so it was not surprising. However, this time around, San Qing Ci frowned because he instinctively felt that this person seemed to have come for them. His eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze was dense and sharp like the edge of a blade as he looked over. Immediately, he revealed an indescribable expression of surprise. Why? Because the figure that was flying towards him seemed to be the one that he had killed not long ago. Logically speaking, it would take at least a year for someone to enter the divine appearance secret realm again. How could it be possible that it had only been a few months? Could it be that it was not the one that he had killed, but his twin brother? This was very possible. It was normal for twin brothers to look the same. 30% Ci thought for a while, and came up with a reason. He became more and more certain, because the aura emanating from the godly form was completely different from that of the one that he had killed. Of course, the aura of the godly forms of Qi cultivation and godly forms of body cultivation were different. The godly forms of Qi cultivation mastered the Tao of heart, while the godly forms of body cultivation mastered the Tao of world. The aura of the Tao of heart and the Tao of world were naturally different. Are you here to avenge your brother? San Qing Ci's eyes were like sharp blades as he stared at Chenzong. His tone was as sharp as a blade, capable of tearing through everything. Chenzong's expression did not change, but he was a little surprised. However, since the other party thought so, he would just let him think so. There was no answer, or rather, Chernzong's answer was to draw his sword. The Sky River sword flashed, and sword chi lingered around it. Suddenly it slashed out. The world swordsmanship of the perfect realm erupted with shocking power, cutting through everything. Slash. The power of this sword immediately made 30% C's expression turn solemn. He was secretly shocked, but he had no intention of dodging. He raised his blade, and as the blade light flashed, an extremely fierce blade slashed out. It was also the Great Path blade technique of the perfect realm. Its power was extremely shocking, as if it could cut through everything. If it was the godly forms of Qi cultivation from before, Chernzong would not be able to fight head-on with 30% Ci, because the power of the heart swordsmanship was not as good as the other party's blade technique. Moreover, at that time, Chernzong's godly forms were obviously weaker than the other parties. The result of a head-on clash was that he would be directly sent flying. But now, under the sword of the world swordsmanship, Chernzong was not sent flying. On the contrary, they were evenly matched. In terms of power alone, the world swordsmanship was better than the other party's blade technique. The sword light shattered and the saber light dissipated. Chernzong struck out again, displaying his superb swordsmanship. He displayed all of his attainments. The power of each strike was shockingly strong, and it killed mercilessly. 30% C's expression was cold, and his eyes flickered with cold light. His aura was extremely shocking. He held the blade with both hands, and his blade technique was extremely fierce. He slashed out again and again. Kill, kill. Saber after saber, without any intention of dodging or defending, continued to slash at Chunzong. His ferocity was astonishing. There was a kind of ruthlessness and decisiveness, as if he was going to fight with his life on the line. This would make people with weak wills feel afraid. It would weaken their own momentum and affect the performance of their strength. However, this kind of ruthlessness and decisiveness did not affect Chunzong at all. On the contrary, Chunzong did not hesitate or fear. Kill, 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 kill. The amazing power of the world's swordsmanship, coupled with Chunzong's own superb swordsmanship, made Chunzong's every move more and more mysterious. Gradually, the rhythm was led by Chunzong. Chunzong took the lead, and 30% CI began to be at a disadvantage. Although Chunzong was not as strong as 30% CI in terms of divine form power, they were both in stage 4, and the gap between them was not as obvious as before. After all, they were both in stage 4, so they were at the same stage. The more they fought, the more shocked 30% CI was. How could this be? How could this person be so strong? He was completely incomparable to the previous person. Sure enough, they were not the same person, but his brother. It's time for you to die. Chunzong's voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, sword chi burst out, and sword will soared into the sky. The sword will was vigorous and overbearing, full of amazing power, suppressing all directions. In an instant, everything within 100 meters seemed to be suppressed. It stopped and solidified, and the wind seemed to have disappeared. World swordsmanship suppressing mountains and rivers. Without hesitation, Chunzong directly slashed out with his sword. He even used the power of the sword armor, which increased the sharpness of the sword by 30%. It was even more shocking. Kill. The illusory image of mountains and rivers formed by sword chi surrounded the surroundings. In an instant, it slashed down, mercilessly slashing at 30% CI. 30% CI looked ferocious. He raised his long saber, and endless saber light burst out. He directly slashed out, displaying his unique skill. However, it was only an inferior star-level Great Path unique skill. However, Chunzong's suppressing mountains and rivers was a middle star-level Great Path unique skill. Its power was twice as strong as an inferior star-level unique skill. With the power of the sword armor, it was strengthened by 30%. It was even more terrifying. Kill. 30% C's saber was immediately shattered. The sword light slashed down, and the suppressing mountains and rivers directly bombarded 30% C's body. The armor on 30% C's body suddenly emitted a strong light, blocking Chunzong's sword. The two top masters and more than a dozen elite masters were also shocked. While they were shocked, they quickly reacted and attacked Chunzong. Obviously, 30% CI, their leader, was completely at a disadvantage. You're all useless. Chunzong smiled coldly. His figure flashed, and he displayed the world sword technique. While avoiding the heavy attacks, he directly killed his way into the elite masters. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, no one could block Chunzong's sword. The gap between an elite expert and a super expert was too big. Not long after, more than a dozen elite masters were killed by Chunzong. Then, it was the turn of the two top masters. Let's go. 30% CI roared, his eyes bloodshot. However, it was too late. As soon as Chunzong displayed the wind blast light kill, his speed exploded to the extreme. It was completely impossible for the two top masters to dodge. Kill. He killed them with a sword. So far, except for 30% CI, the leader of the Divine Light Group, the rest had died one after another under Chunzong's sword. For example, the two top masters, including Yi Xing, were still unable to enter the divine aspect secret realm. Then, there were the 5 elite masters of the Divine Light group, who were killed in the Coiling Dragon Valley. Now, all of them were in the Mingguang Abyss. After all, there were only more than 20 people in the Divine Light group. You're the only one left. Chen Zong glanced at 30% CI and said in a calm tone. 30% C's face was gloomy. His eyes were extremely fierce, as if he wanted to tear Chen Zong apart. Immediately, his strength exploded again. Another great Dao secret art was unleashed, mercilessly slashing at Chen Zong. However, after that slash, 30% CI turned around and urged his remaining strength to burst out at an astonishing speed, flying into the distance. He wanted to escape. After all, if he was killed, he would not be able to enter the super extreme stage for more than a year. At that time, it would take even more time to upgrade his divine aspect body to the limit of the 4th stage. Therefore, he could not die. However, would Chen Zong let him escape? No. After avoiding the slash, Chen Zong directly chased after him at an astonishing speed. Chase. Frantic pursuit. Both of their divine aspect powers were constantly being consumed, but they were absorbing the divine aspect aura from the outside world into their bodies to help them recover. Chen Zong had the help of an artifact like the 7 Extinction Martial Token, so his recovery speed was doubled. Who is that? 30% CI, the leader of the Divine Light Group, the Super Master 30% CI. What's wrong with him? It seems like he's being chased. When some people saw this scene, their faces were immediately filled with astonishment. 30% CI, a famous super expert, was actually fleeing in panic. It was simply inconceivable. An even more inconceivable scene appeared in front of them. Chen Zong's figure flickered as he executed the thunderclap lightning slash, transforming into a bolt of lightning that tore through the air, rapidly closing in on 30% CI. After using the thunderclap lightning slash several times in a row, he then executed the Mountain River suppressing sword and killed 30% CI. At this point, the Divine Light Group was annihilated by Chen Zong's sword. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message. Chapter 26:13. San Chengxi, the leader of the Divine Light Regiment, was hunted down and killed. Chen Zong became famous because of this. However, not many people knew Chen Zong's real name because Chen Zong didn't expose himself. Therefore, the rumors said that he was a super sword cultivator wearing a light blue divine image heavenly armor. He was extremely famous and shocking. After that, Chen Zong didn't encounter any more trouble. Many people knew that the sword cultivator wearing the light blue divine image heavenly armor and holding a dark blue longsword was extremely powerful. When the time for the body refining godly form was up, Chen Zong would switch to the Qi refining godly form and enter the secret realm. The Great Whale also crossed the universe and went straight to the 9th heaven universe. During this period of time, Chen Zong didn't stay in the divine aspect secret realm all the time. Hence, he was able to see the colossal cosmic beast with his own eyes. The Great Whale, which was 10,000 meters long, was nothing in front of it. Fortunately, he only saw it from afar and the Great Whale instantly burst out with extreme speed. Otherwise, it might have been eaten by the cosmic beast like a snack. The Great Whale also encountered the most common cosmic anomaly, such as a cosmic storm. However, with the Great Whale's ability, it was able to withstand it and break through. 10 years was actually a very short time. Finally, the gigantic whale entered the continent of the 9 clouds. It didn't stop, it flew towards celestial clouds. According to what they had said before, Chen Zong had to return to the 9 heavens imperial court first. The Great Whale would send him back. When it was time to leave, it would come back to Heaven Continent to pick up Chen Zong. At the edge of Heaven Continent, a gigantic ship docked. A figure flew out from it and quickly landed. The gigantic ship slowly turned around and left. Everyone was shocked when they saw the huge ship. They had never seen such a huge object in their lives. They were all secretly guessing what it was. A space-crossing ship? It wasn't that big. Chernzong, who came down from the top, was naturally stared at by people. Some people who thought they were important even approached Chernzong to inquire about information. Chernzong paid no attention to him. His figure flashed and transformed into a gust of wind, but also as swift as lightning. He quickly fled into the distance. In the sixth heaven of the nine heavens imperial court, there was a palace on a mountain peak. It was called the Heaven Evil Palace. In the secret chamber of the Sky Evil Palace, endless evil aura surged. As it permeated the air, it contained an indescribable and shocking momentum. It also contained an extremely terrifying power. A figure was faintly discernible within the tyrannical baleful aura. Suddenly, an incomparably dazzling light seemed to light up within the baleful aura. It was like the edge of a sword piercing through the sky, tearing apart the endless billowing baleful aura. This sovereign has finally returned. An extremely sharp voice that seemed to contain a terrifying might rang out. Immediately, it turned into an extremely shocking streak of light that directly opened the secret room and charged out. Chernzong once again stepped into the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. He returned to the Heart Sword Palace in the sixth heaven and quickly reported to the headquarters of the Tao Alliance. "Good lad, I thought something had happened to you." A Tao Alliance's honorable smiled and said excitedly. After all, Chernzong was a top genius in the Tao Alliance. He was extremely shocking and surpassed other geniuses. If something really happened to him, it would be a great loss to the Tao Alliance. After Chernzong disappeared, the Tao Alliance had sent out experts to search for him. Unfortunately, Chernzong had directly gone to the mystical light universe and left the Nine Heavens universe. Therefore, they couldn't find him at all. At that time, they thought that Chernzong had met with an accident and was done for. Seeing Chernzong return, Lin Ming was also very excited. He could be considered as Chernzong's guide. They also noticed that Chernzong's aura was very strong and had reached the peak of the divine manifestation realm. It seemed that Chernzong's strength had increased a lot compared to before. However, they didn't know how much stronger Chernzong was now compared to before he disappeared. After calming down, Chernzong also asked about what had happened in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court after he left, especially the trial in the ominous demon wasteland. After calculating the time, the trial in the ominous demon wasteland that occurred once every 100 years had already passed. Moreover, when he returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, he also felt the spirit of Chen Xiu's doppelganger. In other words, Chen Xiu had already arrived in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. If Chen Xiu was here, then what about Yun Yanxin? Did he also pass the trial and successfully enter the Nine Heavens Imperial Court? The trial had already ended before you returned. Lin Ming smiled and said, "This time, our human race's results were better than the previous one. Do you know who ranked first in the trial in the ominous demon wasteland this time?" Lin Ming asked rhetorically. "It's our human race." Chernzong's thoughts turned, and he replied with a smile, "Could it be Chen Xiu?" Although it was a rhetorical question, there was a hint of certainty in his tone. And Lin Ming's expression also let Chernzong know that he had answered correctly. After all, it was easy to deduce. There were many races that participated in the trial in the ominous demon wasteland, and there were even 4 first-order void races. Chernzong definitely didn't know them, but Lin Ming asked so it must be the human race who ranked first. Then, even if it was the human race, Chernzong also didn't know most of them. Lin Ming's question meant that the one who ranked first was someone that Chernzong knew. No matter how he thought about it, among the people that Chernzong knew, only Chen Xiu had such ability. After all, Chen Xiu was his doppelganger. In addition, when he returned to the void, He shared the Nine Heavens Imperial Court swordsmanship and so on with Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu was definitely stronger than he was when he first entered the ominous demon wasteland. Lin Ming originally wanted to embarrass Chen Zong, but he didn't expect to be exposed by Chen Zong at once. He could only smile helplessly and tell the story. Sure enough, Chen Zong displayed amazing swordsmanship attainments in the ominous demon wasteland. He quickly hunted fierce demons and accumulated points. In addition to his superb swordsmanship, he overpowered the heavens prides of the other races. Even the top heavens prides of the 4 first-order void races were helpless when they encountered Chen Xiu. Many of them were directly killed by Chen Zong's sword, and their points were snatched by Chen Xiu one after another. Although Chen Xiu was Chen Zong's doppelganger, he was also an independent person with an independent personality. His temperament was different from Chen Zong's. Relatively speaking, Chen Zong was easier to talk to, while Chen Xiu was more aggressive. If it was someone else's possession, Chen Zong generally wouldn't take the initiative to snatch it, but Chen Xiu was different. In the short span of a year, Chen Xiu swept through the ferocious demon wasteland with his sword in hand, and even the ultimate ferocious demon at the center was killed by Chen Xiu in the end. It was also because of this that Chen Xiu was promoted to the 6th heaven as soon as he entered the 9 heavens imperial court. Chen Zong couldn't compare to him previously, breaking Chen Zong's record. Chen Xiu entered the 6th heaven in an instant. Without a doubt, he was solicited by various forces, especially primordial, who once again extended an olive branch to recruit Chen Xiu. Unfortunately, after the incident with Chen Zong, Chen Xiu definitely wouldn't join Primordial. He chose the Dao Alliance without hesitation, which made the Dao Alliance very happy. First there was Chen Zong and now there was Chen Xiu. It was really a blessing for the Dao Alliance. As long as they grew up, they would definitely become the pillars of the Dao Alliance in the future. They would lead the Dao Alliance to grow stronger and surpass other forces. They might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 great forces created by the 4 first-order void races. As for standing shoulder to shoulder with Primordial, they didn't dare to think about it. There was no other reason than Primordial was simply too strong. The innate gap between the human race and the primordial race was very obvious. It wasn't something that 1 or 2 top prodigies could make up for. Unless the human race could improve their innate talent and catch up with the primordial race. After all, the development and inheritance of a force never relied on 1 or 2 people. It was the hard work of most people, and it was the accumulation of a long period of time. Other than Chen Xiu, there were also other humans who entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court and became members of the Dao Alliance. Yun Yanxin, whom Chen Zong cared about, was also among them. Yun Yanxin also became a true disciple of the 4th heaven. As for 3rd senior sister Yu Wuxia, she also became a true disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. She was also a true disciple of the 4th heaven. The fact that Yun Yanxin and Yu Wuxia could become true disciples of the 4th heaven had an inseparable relationship with Chen Zong. After Chen Zong broke through to the 3rd realm of the Divine Phase realm, he returned to the void and taught them some sword techniques and martial art. He also told them about his experiences and so on, which helped them a lot. In addition, Chen Xiu also helped them a little in the ferocious demon wasteland. Naturally, becoming a true disciple of the 4th heaven wasn't too difficult. Of course, there was another point. Chen Xiu's appearance was exactly the same as Chen Zong's, but their auras and personalities were different. Therefore, everyone was very curious about the relationship between Chen Xiu and Chen Zong. Chen Xiu also said very directly that he and Chen Zong were twin brothers. Everyone accepted this statement. Perhaps it was because Chen Xiu had left Chen Zong for many years and wandered alone, which made their relationship more perfect. Even experts like the primitive emperor couldn't see through Chen Xiu's true identity. They were all very curious about what kind of secrets that side of the void contained. First, there was such an outstanding genius like Chenzong. Now, there was someone who seemed to be even more outstanding than Chenzong, and they were even biological brothers. Of course, whether Chunxiu was more outstanding than Chenzong didn't actually count, because Chunxiu was Chenzong's doppelganger. This was the fundamental point. Other than Chenzong, only Yu Nianxin knew the truth. Suddenly, a sword light pierced through the air. It was very fast and entered the Tao Alliance, revealing its figure. It was Chunxiu. Chenzong and Chunxiu looked at each other and smiled. Imperceptibly, the two of them were also rapidly exchanging their memories and other things. What shocked Chunxiu was that Chenzong was already an expert at the pinnacle of the third realm. As for Chunxiu, he was still at the second realm and hadn't broken through to the third realm. After all, he hadn't completely reached the pinnacle of the second realm. Another point was that he hadn't participated in the Nine Heavens Imperial Disciple Assembly. Last time, Chenzong got into the top 10. This time, Chunxiu wanted to get a higher ranking and directly aim for the first place. With Chunxiu's talent and Chenzong's cultivation experience and so on, it wasn't impossible for him to aim for the first place. This was because Chunxiu had already truly mastered the Ao Wu, the first stage Ao Wu. Chapter 26:14. Chenzong's return might be a big deal, but it was also a small matter. Big and small matters were relative to different people. No matter what, Chenzong's return was like a stone thrown into a calm water surface, causing ripples to appear. After that, it slowly returned to calmness. After his return, Chenzong and Chunxiu met and imperceptibly exchanged cultivation memories and experiences. Although Chenzong's current cultivation was very different from Chunxiu's understanding of swordsmanship was still useful to Chenzong. Especially Chunxiu, who still insisted on the path he had chosen. There were thousands of swordsmanship, but only one cut. Therefore, on the path of cutting, Chunxiu innovated and reached an amazing height. In terms of the mysteries of the path of cutting, the current Chenzong was still not as good as Chunxiu. But in terms of other aspects, Chunxiu was not as good as Chenzong. They each had their own strengths, and each had their own strength. After that, Chunxiu went into seclusion. Having Chenzong's amazing swordsmanship experience was a great opportunity for Chunxiu. It was an unimaginable opportunity. After all, Chenzong's current cultivation level was higher than Chunxiu's, and the two spirits were one. That kind of understanding was the most direct and clear, and he could accept it directly. He believed that after Chunxiu came out of seclusion, his strength would definitely reach a terrifying level. Chenzong even believed that even Qi, who was at the same level, might not be a match for Chunxiu. Sweet. What he couldn't do at the disciples' meet back then, it was time for his doppelganger to do. Thinking about it, Chenzong couldn't help but snicker. This was not a baseless imagination, but confidence. Chenzong was confident that Chunxiu could do it. Qi. Thinking of Qi, Chenzong's eyes flashed. Back then, Qi was like a huge mountain that stood above all the prodigies of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. No one was a match for him. In fact, during the Earth-level disciple meet, many top prodigies had joined forces and only managed to kill Qi once out of sheer luck. After that, Qi also advanced by leaps and bounds, far ahead of the heavenly legends of the same batch. He even surpassed the heavenly legends of the previous batch. It was amazing. Now, Chenzong also knew that Qi was ranked on the Divine Generals list. He became the fifth heavenly legend of the 9 heavenly legends of the 9 heavenly legends of the 9 heavens Imperial Court. At this point, the rapid progress of the Qi began to decline, or rather, it seemed to have been checked. The heavenly legends of the heavenly legends of the heavenly legends of legends of the heavenly 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 legends of legends of the legends of heavenly legends of the heavenly legends of the heavenly legends of the heavenly legends of the legends of the legends of legends of the legends of the legends legends of the legends. Heavenly heavens legends of the legends legends of the legends of the legends heavenly legends. In short, those who could be listed on the Divine General's list must be extraordinary. Hui was indeed outstanding, but it was mostly limited to the 9 heavens imperial court and the 9th heaven universe. When facing the entire universe, Hui was not as invincible as it was in the 9 heavens imperial court. However, being able to enter the Divine General's ranking in such a short period of time was enough to show how terrifying Hui was. The rank of 9,500 was definitely not his limit. He could continue to increase his strength and rank. One had to know that those with innate king bodies were all in the top 5,000, which meant that Hui also had the potential to do so. The Divine General's ranking, Chen Zong murmured. His eyes shone brighter than ever. It was time to challenge the Divine General's ranking. This time, Chen Zong did not forget to meet up with Yun Yanxin. The two of them stayed in Yun Yanxin's palace in the 4th heaven, chatting and snuggling up to each other. The warmth and tenderness added an indescribable brightness and warmth to this lonely path of cultivation. It was like a bonfire in the cold night, bringing light and warmth. Of course, when Chen Zong and Yun Yanxin were together, they were not just chatting and flirting. For cultivators, cultivation was the eternal goal. If they wanted to be together forever and rely on each other, they had to be strong enough to face all difficulties. Difficulties and dangers would not appear even if you did not want them. Once you wanted to be safe, no one knew when danger would appear. If you did not have enough strength, you would only feel despair and regret. Therefore, Chen Zong did not give up on cultivation. In fact, with the Heart Sutra, Chen Zong could comprehend and cultivate at all times. Yun Yanxin was also at the 2nd realm. She was not as good as Chen Xiu. Chen Zong was experienced and had enough experience to guide Yun Yanxin's cultivation. Yun Yanxin's cultivation efficiency increased by several times, especially in the area of swordsmanship. She felt like she had improved by leaps and bounds. Finally, there was Yu Wuxia. Chen Zong would not ignore this 3rd senior sister. In fact, Yu Wuxia's potential was still very shocking. Perhaps her talent was nothing to the Origin clan, and even among the human race, she was not very outstanding. However, Yu Wuxia had not only cultivated the 33 heavens of the mind, but also the Heart Sutra. Even if she could not open the 10 wills of the mind at the same time like Chen Zong, it was not a problem for her to open several wills at the same time. This meant that Yu Wuxia had more time and energy to cultivate. It was more likely that she could catch up with others and become stronger. Naturally, Chen Zong also imparted some cultivation insights and so on. He also passed on the application of the Heart Sutra to Yu Wuxia so that Yu Wuxia could use it better. Chen Zong was looking forward to Yu Wuxia's growth. Perhaps in the future, she could even become a strong person in the universe. Of course, this was also a kind of hope. The universe was vast. One could not become a strong person just by relying on the Heart Sutra. Other aspects were also very important. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong had returned to the 9 heavens imperial court. It had been a year. During this year, it seemed that Chen Zong did not cultivate much. Instead, he spent more time in Yun Yanxin's ancestral hall. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, Chen Zong seemed to have neglected his cultivation. However, the truth was that Chen Zong was cultivating all the time. He even led Yun Yanxin to cultivate as well. After a year, Yun Yanxin's improvement was astonishing. In particular, her attainments in swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds. She had already mastered the embryonic form of the Ao Wu. Although she was not as good as Chen Xiu, She was better than many heavenly legends of the same bat. Today, a year later, Lin Ming found Chenzong. Chenzong, Luan Mo accepts your challenge, Lin Ming said with a smile. However, although Luan Mo's ranking on the Divine Generals list is not very high, you should know that he is an expert on the Divine Generals list. He is extraordinary. Are you sure you can beat him? I think so, Chenzong said with a smile. Luan Mo, a disciple of the Seven Profound Sword sect and an expert ranked 9,300th on the Divine Generals list, was the opponent that Chenzong chose to challenge to enter the Divine Generals list. The easiest way was to challenge the Divine Generals list of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, Chenzong did not intend to do so. If he was defeated, he would fall from the Divine Generals list and be replaced by the winner. Although he could challenge other experts on the Divine Generals list if he was defeated, it was not easy. He needed time and opportunity. Being on the Divine Generals list had its benefit. One would be blessed by the fate of the universe. The higher one's ranking was, the greater the blessing. Therefore, seizing another person's ranking on the Divine Generals list was equivalent to seizing an opportunity. Chenzong did not intend to challenge his fellow disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court if there was no enmity between them. Then the best target was an expert on the Divine Generals list of the Seven Profound Sword sect. He had had several conflicts with the disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect. He felt at ease to choose them. He had sent the challenge letter a few months ago. Only now did he receive a reply that Luan Mo had agreed. There was no one in the Tao Alliance who could enter the Divine Generals list. Therefore, Chenzong's challenge to an expert on the Divine Generals list, Luan Mo, was a major event that was worthy of the entire Tao Alliance's attention. If Chenzong could successfully defeat Luan Mo and replace him on the Divine Generals list, then the Tao Alliance's reputation would be greatly boosted. This was because in the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court, apart from Primordial, no one from the other 8 forces could enter the Divine Generals list. If Chenzong could do it, then he could be said to be the first person in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court apart from the Primordial tribe. In fact, most of the Primordial tribe could not compare to Chenzong. Therefore, when Chenzong left, the Tao Alliance immediately dispatched a Vice Alliance leader and 2 venerables to protect Chenzong. They could not afford to lose him. The Vice Alliance leader was a top 5th realm monarch level powerhouse, and the 2 venerables were similarly strong 5th realm monarch. With the 3 of them protecting Chenzong's safety was greatly increased. In the Nine Heavens universe, unless a 6th realm monarch level powerhouse attacked, the possibility of killing Chenzong under the protection of the 3 venerables was very low. Of course, Chenzong was only a 3rd realm cultivator. No matter how outstanding he was only a 3rd realm cultivator. Therefore, a 5th realm king would not lower himself to deal with Chenzong, let alone a 6th realm emperor. The Tao Alliance had dispatched 3 venerables to protect Chenzong. This was enough to show the importance the Tao Alliance placed on Chenzong. This time, the location where Chenzong challenged Luan Mo was not on the Sky Continent or the Seven Profound Sword Sect's continent. It was on an island 2 continents away. With the Tao Alliance Vice Alliance leader's astonishing speed, he brought Chenzong across the void and arrived at their destination in less than a month. Because the location of the battle was relatively far away, it was destined that not many people would be there to watch the battle. Chenzong did not care, and neither did Luan Mo of the Seven Profound Sword sect. Challenging and being challenged was just a battle. The only thing that mattered was victory and defeat. As for Luan Mo, he had another thought, and that was to kill Chenzong. In the Divine Aspect Secret Realm, Chenzong had killed many disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect, causing the Seven Profound Sword sect's reputation to suffer. He did not make a move at that time because his Divine Aspect body could not enter the first level of the Divine Aspect Secret Realm. Secondly, he was an expert on the divine general ranking. How could he lower himself to deal with someone who was far inferior to him? However, he did not expect that Chen Zong of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court would actually challenge him. Was he overconfident or arrogant? No matter which one it was, it didn't matter. In any case, he'd obtained the instructions of the Seven Profound Sword Sect this time, and he wanted to seize this opportunity to directly kill Chen Zong during the final battle. After all, this person's natural talent seemed to be pretty good. Chapter 26:15. It's the end of the month. If you still have a monthly vote, please vote for our divine connection. There were 9 continents in the 9th heaven universe. They were ruled by the 9 overlord forces. There were hundreds of islands on each continent. However, outside the 9 continents there were many small islands. They were scattered around and didn't belong to the 9 continents. However, most of the islands were either barren or occupied by powerful demon beasts. This time, the location of Luan Mo and Chen Zong's battle was on a barren island that didn't belong to anyone. Only in this way could they fight freely and not have to worry about causing unnecessary damage or casualties. Chen Zong arrived at the barren island with the vice leader of the Dao Alliance and the 2 venerables. He was waiting for Luan Mo from the 7 Profound Sword Sect. Chen Zong was cultivating. The vice leader and the 2 venerables were scattered around to protect Chen Zong. Sword practice. Chen Zong could no longer improve his cultivation at this point. Chen Zong did not need to go out of his way to practice cultivation technique. He just needed to maintain it. However, there was no limit to swordsmanship. Even though his great path of swordsmanship had been cultivated to perfection, Chen Zong still felt that he could continue to improve. It was as if there was no end. That was the truth. The Great Perfection Realm was just a classification and a name. For example, the illusory sword King Mo Wui's Great Perfection Realm illusory sword technique was definitely more profound than Chen Zong's Heart Sword technique and World Sword technique. Therefore, while Chen Zong was cultivating and comprehending the mysteries of sword techniques, Chen Zong didn't forget to use the Heart Sutra to comprehend the 2 sword techniques he had obtained from the Dao Alliance. These 2 techniques were pure sword technique. Any sword expert was qualified to comprehend and cultivate them because they were pure and didn't need to be integrated with other great ways. Of course, the power of these 2 unique swordsmanship techniques was relatively ordinary. They were both at the lower star level, which was the same level as the Heart Swordsmanship space-splitting move that Chen Zong had mastered. However, in terms of power, it felt a little weaker than the space-splitting move. Chen Zong didn't look down on these 2 sword techniques just because they were weak. On the contrary, the more such sword techniques Chen Zong had, the better. After all, if he wanted to create a great way technique that was most suitable for him, he needed to accumulate enough experience. Although his sword technique had reached a profound level and he had a solid foundation, it wasn't enough. He needed more experience, especially in terms of great way techniques. Just like a scholar, if he wanted to create a good poem that would be passed down through the ages, other than having to see more scenery and experience more worldly affairs, he also had to read more books and read more poems. With all these aspects combined and constant precipitation, it was possible to write a peerless poem that would be passed down through the ages. Otherwise, no matter how smart a person was, they wouldn't be able to really use it without sufficient experience. It would be a waste of talent. For any cultivator, if they wanted to create a great way technique, they also needed to accumulate enough experience. It was necessary to cultivate other techniques that were suitable for them. Even if there were some techniques that weren't suitable for them, they still had value to be observed and comprehended. They could absorb part of the mysteries and make it their own. With Chen Zong's comprehension and attainments in swordsmanship, it was not difficult for him to comprehend the 2 lower star unique swordsmanship. He had already mastered a lot of it. Now, he was practicing it to further deepen his realm and further absorb the essence contained in it, turning it into his own and making it his own. Time passed slowly. Another half a month had passed. Finally, the people from the 7 Profound Sword sect arrived. Similarly, the 7 Profound Sword sect also sent out a 5th-level king. However, there was only one of them. It was a gray-robed old man with a sword on his back. One of the old man's eyebrows was normal, but the other one was very long and drooped a foot to the side. His eyes looked very calm, but in the depths of his eyes, there was an extremely sharp cold light that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. He was a member of the Origin clan, an upper echelon expert of the 7 Profound Sword sect. The moment they saw the sword-bearing old man with drooping eyebrows, the expressions of the Tao Alliance's vice leader and the 2 Tao Alliance sovereigns changed. They became extremely solemn. Half-browed old monster. He actually came personally. One of the Tao Alliance sovereigns transmitted his voice to the other sovereign and vice leader with a very solemn expression. Half-browed old monster is very powerful. Only the Alliance leader can fight him one-on-one. However, he can't do anything to us if the 3 of us work together, the vice leader said with a solemn expression. They were solemn, but they weren't afraid. After all, the 3 of them were very powerful when they worked together. Half-browed old monster was powerful, but he couldn't defeat the 3 of them when they worked together. Following half-browed old monster was the expert on the Divine General's ranking that Chen Zong had challenged. He was ranked 9,300th on the Divine General's ranking. Luan Mo also carried a sword on his back like half-browed old monster. His eyes were bright and sharp like the edge of a sword. The moment he saw Chen Zong, it was like a sharp sword had been unsheathed and pierced through the sky. The shocking sword intent contained in his eyes pierced through the sky. It seemed like he wanted to directly tear Chen Zong apart. It was extremely terrifying. It was extremely sharp. It also contained an extremely terrifying light. It was like a powerful light that could pierce through everything. It seemed like it could pierce through and incinerate everything in the world. It was the power of light. It was the power of the great Tao of light. End this battle as soon as possible. Half-browed old monster glanced at them with an indifferent expression. He didn't care about the people from the Tao Alliance at all. Instead, he spoke to Luan Mo indifferently. Don't worry. It will end very quickly. Luan Mo replied with an extremely confident expression. It was as if Chen Zong was nothing to him. In his heart, a wisp of killing intent was spreading. Come out, Luan Mo stared at Chen Zong. His tone was indifferent, and it seemed like he was superior to everyone else. Half-browed old monster and the 3 king-level experts of the Tao Alliance all retreated, leaving enough space for Chen Zong and Luan Mo. Be careful. The Vice Alliance leader's voice sounded in Chen Zong's ears. His tone was serious. If you can't win, just admit defeat. If he wasn't a match for Luan Mo, the best course of action was to admit defeat. After all, Chen Zong was a human, while Luan Mo was an origin race. Moreover, Luan Mo had cultivated for more than twice as long as Chen Zong. Losing to Luan Mo wasn't shameful at all. On the contrary, staying alive was the most important thing. Only by staying alive could he have a chance to overtake Luan Mo. Otherwise, he might be killed by Luan Mo. You're also a swordsman. Draw your sword and let me see how good your swordsmanship is. Luan Mo stepped out step by step, walking towards Chen Zong. A shocking sword will rose, and a strong light spread out, shining in all directions, as if it could purify everything. It made his body seem to be magnified infinitely, as tall as a mountain, majestic and majestic. Godly image. As the sword intent rose, Luan Mo also released his godly image. The 120 zhang tall godly image was like a bright sun, emitting a shocking light that shone in all directions. Traces of indescribable pressure spread out in all directions. Chen Zong also activated his godly image. In an instant, the chi refining godly image and the body refining godly image appeared at the same time. The 120 zhang tall godly image emitted an extremely powerful aura, and when stacked together, it became even more shocking. One had to know that in the fourth level of the divine image secret realm, Chunzong's chi refining godly image and the body refining godly image alternated between entering the fourth level of the divine image secret realm and killing godly images. He continuously refined and absorbed the essence of the godly images. Now, he had raised both godly images to the extreme, and they couldn't be further strengthened. Next, it was naturally the godly image returning to origin. However, the godly image returning to origin wasn't easy. It required an opportunity. If the opportunity came, it might be possible to achieve the godly image returning to origin in a very short time. Then, one's strength would increase again, and it would be equivalent to taking half a step into the fourth level. If the opportunity didn't come, it was likely that one would have to wait for dozens or even hundreds of years. All in all, the godly image returning to origin wasn't necessarily directly related to the level of one's talent. Some cultivators with great talent took a long time to achieve the godly image returning to origin, but some cultivators with relatively average talent could achieve the godly image returning to origin in a short time. Everything was hard to say. Now, in terms of cultivation and basic strength, Chunzong had really reached the limit. However, Chunzong's strength could still continue to improve, and that was to improve his swordsmanship and the great path lost art. As for Luanemo, although he was very strong, in reality, his godly image body hadn't reached the extreme. Luanemo naturally could also enter the super realm, but in the super realm, he wasn't even a top master. He was only an elite master. However, the degree of refinement of the godly image body was just a representation. It didn't equate to one's true strength. Luanmo's strength was very strong. After all, he couldn't be weak since he was on the divine general list, even if his ranking wasn't that high. Make your move or you won't have a chance. After urging his godly image body, Chunzong didn't make the first move. Instead, he said to Luanemo in a calm voice. Hearing this, the half-browed old monster was slightly startled. He didn't expect a mere human to be so arrogant. Luanemo was also startled and immediately became angry. Who was he to be so arrogant? In that case, he would just kill him directly. A flash of murderous intent bloomed in Luanmo's eyes, but it was caught by Chunzong. He wanted to kill him. In that case, he would just kill him. If he was an enemy, Chunzong wouldn't be lenient. Except for those who he couldn't defeat, Chunzong generally wouldn't show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. With a sharp sound, Chunzong unsheathed his sword. In an instant, there seemed to be a beam of light shooting out from the scabbard. It pierced through the sky and went straight for Chunzong. 7 Profound Swordsmanship. It was the 7 Profound Swordsmanship at the minor completion realm. With such power, coupled with Luanmo's tyrannical strength and the enhancement of the top mortal divine weapon in his hand, it was extremely powerful. It seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Without hesitation, Chunzong also unsheathed his sword and directly slashed out. What he displayed was the world swordsmanship at the perfection realm. Its power was amazing and unparalleled. When Chunzong slashed out with his sword, the half-browed old monster's expression suddenly changed. His eyes were full of surprise. The perfection realm. Chunzong's great path swordsmanship had reached the perfection realm. It was really amazing. A human could cultivate the great path swordsmanship to the perfection realm at such a cultivation realm. Even Luanemo couldn't do it. It was simply unimaginable. Chapter 26:16. The sword lights collided. In an instant, Luanmo's countenance drastically changed. The sword light from his sword was directly shattered. Chunzong's sword moved towards him. His sword force was extremely powerful and tyrannical, causing Luan Mo to feel a sense of suffocation. Terrifying. The power of that sword technique was simply too terrifying. In terms of strength, it was not inferior to his at all. In fact, it was even stronger than his. How could this be? The situation should be the other way around. How could this be? Chen Zong didn't think so much about it. The sword light pressed forward while carrying the shocking might of the world Tao, and it was peerlessly overbearing and powerful as it attacked ferociously, causing Luan Mo to be extremely astounded. Retreat. Luan Mo retreated continuously. He unleashed his power and continuously swung his sword, laying down layers of sword light to defend against Chen Zong's sword. However, they were shattered layer by layer. A feeling of invincibility spread throughout Luan Mo's body. The situation was so one-sided right from the start of the battle. The 3 king-level experts of the Tao Alliance were stunned. This was unexpected. It was completely unexpected. They thought that since Chen Zong dared to challenge Luan Mo, he would definitely not be weak. However, they did not think that he would be Luan Mo's match. The Divine General role. Luan Mo was an expert on the Divine General role. In the entire universe, there were only 9,999 experts on the Divine General role. However, there were so many third realms in the entire universe. They were as numerous as the stars in the sky. The Divine General's role was made up of the most powerful people among the countless third realms. Of course, given how vast the universe was, there were definitely more than 9,999 people who were ranked on the Divine General's role. However, there wouldn't be too many of them. Compared to the vast number of third realms, the Divine General's role was still insignificant. In the history of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, there were very few humans who could be listed on the Divine General role. 10,000 years ago there was only one, the illusory Sword King Mo Wui. Furthermore, Mo Wui had been in the Third Realm for a long time before he was listed on the Divine General role. In the end, his ranking on the Divine General role did not enter the top 9,000. Even so, the Tao Alliance had become extremely famous back then. Chen Zong's potential wasn't bad. It proved that he had the potential to surpass the illusory Sword King Mo Wui. However, surpassing him in the future was one thing, and now was another. In their opinion, Chen Zong's foundation in the Divine Phase realm wasn't enough. Who would have thought that the moment he made a move, he would frighten them? The sword principle of the Great Path, which was at the consummate realm, forced Luan Mo to retreat and gain the upper hand. It was an unbelievable scene. Anger. He was furious. Luan Mo was immediately enraged. The divine light image seemed to have exploded in an instant, releasing an incomparably intense light that shone in all directions. An astonishing power also erupted along with it, extremely terrifying. Immediately after, Luan Mo exploded with a powerful sword strike. Supported by the light, it traversed the sky like a thick aurora that pierced through the air and smashed everything. Chop! Chen Zong directly used the hegemonic wind strike. Its power was unparalleled, and it cut across the sky. It was shocking. Under the collision of the sword lights, Luan Mo's sword light was also shattered. The terrifying power of the hegemonic wind slash also arrived and attacked Luan Mo. A sense of crisis erupted, causing Luan Mo to be even more shocked. How could this be? He asked silently for the third time. His swordsmanship was no match for Chen Zong, and so was the Ao Wu. How could this be? How could Chen Zong's strength be so strong? Half-browed monster narrowed his eyes slightly and gently stroked his drooping eyebrows with one hand. No one could tell whether he was happy or sad. No one knew what he was thinking. Retreat. Luan Mo's speed was very fast. His figure turned into a ray of light, and he retreated in an instant. Then, he moved horizontally to avoid Chen Zong's hegemonic wind strike. Once again, his body and sword became one, and he turned into a flash of fast sword light, like an aurora that instantly attacked. Fast. Extremely fast. Astonishingly fast. The great path of light was originally very good at speed. Luan Mo naturally grasped this characteristic and developed it into the Ao Wu. Extreme speed. Coupled with the sharpness of the sword, it was even more terrifying. It was as if in an instant it came from all directions. Chen Zong's figure did not move. Instead, he attacked horizontally with his sword and blocked Luan Mo's instantaneous and extreme speed attack. Countless sword cries sounded continuously. They were short and hurried, and countless sparks sputtered continuously. Although Luan Mo's speed was very fast, in fact, the three king stage experts of the Dao Alliance and half-browed monster of the Seven Mysteries sword sect could clearly see it. They even captured Luan Mo and Chen Zong's every move clearly. Therefore, they had a panoramic view of how Luan Mo attacked with his sword at an extremely fast speed, and how Chen Zong calmly waved his sword to block. Because of this, they were even more shocked. They were not on the same level. It was true. Luan Mo and Chen Zong were not on the same level. Chen Zong's strength was obviously stronger than Luan Mo's. The three king stage experts of the Dao Alliance became more and more excited, while half-browed monster frowned. Is this your strength? Too weak. Chen Zong calmly waved his sword to block Luan Mo's attack as he spoke neither too fast nor too slow. He was not mocking his opponent. He was speaking the truth. Chen Zong was also quite surprised. He did not expect his current strength to be so strong that even Luan Mo, who was ranked 9300 on the Divine General ranking, was no match for him. Then, what rank should he challenge next time? Although he thought so, Chen Zong was not distracted at all. This was because the One Heart Sutra was just that brilliant. When Chen Zong's words of truth fell into Luan Mo's ears, he took it as a disgrace, and it made him feel as if he had been greatly mocked and humiliated. His face flushed red, and his anger almost gushed out from his head. In an instant, Luan Mo flew back in an instant. The sword in his hand trembled. Instantly, it carried an extremely terrifying power. It turned into a ball of blazing light that broke through the air and blasted towards Chen Zong. Its power was so shocking that it could shatter a mountain. In the next moment, a long sword appeared in Luan Mo's hand. The sword was slender and bright. It emitted wisps of light, and a mysterious power spread out from it. A Dao weapon! The three king stage experts of the Dao Alliance were shocked. The sword in Luan Mo's hand was a Dao weapon. Judging from its aura, it was a low-grade Dao weapon. With a Dao weapon in hand, Luan Mo's attack power would obviously increase. The three of them could not help but look serious. Previously, Luan Mo was no match for Chen Zong. But now, with a Dao weapon in hand, Luan Mo's strength had obviously increased. Chen Zong was in danger. Die! With a low shout, Luan Mo's expression was extremely cold. His eyes were covered by bright light and were cold and emotionless. The body of the divine image released the strongest power and directly blasted into the low-grade Dao weapon in his hand. Tremble! The low-grade Dao weapon suddenly trembled violently. The sound of the sword humming continuously spread out, and a terrifying power burst out. It was as if it had been awakened. In an instant, Luan Mo swung his sword. Fast. It was too fast. As he swung his sword, the Dao weapon seemed to have disappeared into the void. Only an extremely fine sword radiance tore through the void like a silk thread. It shot out at an astonishing speed, carrying with it supreme murderous intent. Unique skill. With the low-grade Dao weapon in his hand, Luan Mo used all his strength to perform a low-grade star-unique skill-killing move. It was a fine line of sword radiance that seemed to be easily torn apart. However, it condensed a terrifying power and was invincible. At that moment, Chen Zong felt a chill run down his spine. His expression turned slightly serious. Then, sword chi burst out. As the sword essence surged, the power of the two god images intertwined and surged into the long sword in his hand. This sword was not the Boundless World sword. Although Luan Mo was powerful, he was still not qualified to make Chen Zong use the Boundless World sword. This sword, with astonishing sword chi and sword essence, shot out directly. The sword radiance was extremely sharp, as if it had fully demonstrated the sharpness of the sword principle. It cut through everything. It was one of the two low-grade star-unique sword principle skills that Chen Zong had obtained from the Taoist alliance. A ray of aurora shot out, and a touch of sharpness tore through the air. In an instant they collided and an extremely terrifying power burst out. Chen Zong's body shook slightly. Like a bamboo in the wind, he not only neutralized the impact, but also borrowed strength in an instant to strike out again. This sword radiance was extremely dazzling. It was like a comet shooting across the sky. It was the second low-grade star-unique sword principle skill-killing move. Block it. Luan Mo's expression suddenly changed. He had used up a lot of his power to perform that unique skill. For a moment, he could not perform it a second time. However, Chen Zong could do it. He looked like he was playing it down, which made Luan Mo even more shocked. Luan Mo forcefully activated the remaining power. His sword turned into a dazzling light that surrounded him, protecting him firmly. Immediately, Chen Zong's sword arrived in an instant. There was a roar as if something had been shattered. It was also accompanied by a scream. Luan Mo flew backward, vomiting blood. His body flashed, and he became one with his sword. Chen Zong did not hesitate to attack and directly took Luan Mo's life. "Junior, how dare you!" Suddenly, there was a loud roar. It was like a giant sword was clanging, and it was like a vast divine sound. It carried an unparalleled momentum, and it was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens that exploded in an instant. At that moment, Chen Zong only felt his spiritual soul tremble violently, as if it was about to be shattered. His power was also scattered. At that moment, the two divine appearances trembled violently, as if they were about to be shattered. They were weak and could not continue to pursue. "Half-brow old monster, you've gone too far." The deputy chief of the Tao Alliance was furious. His aura surged and swept over to protect Chen Zong, preventing Chen Zong from continuing to be attacked. The other two venerables also released their powerful auras, which swept out without holding back. Their auras were as mighty as thunderbolts and storms. They faintly merged together, causing their power to become even more shocking. With the Vice Alliance leader's aura as the main force, they directly pushed forward, contending with the half-browed old monster's powerful sword aura. Rumble! The formless but seemingly solid auras collided violently. The ground could not withstand the force, and countless cracks appeared on it. As dust flew up, it turned into dust. The void also seemed to be unable to withstand the force, and it shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Terrifying! That scene was so terrifying that it made Chen Zong's eyes tremble. His eyelids twitched, and a hair-raising feeling swept through every part of his body. It was as if as long as he was in the middle of it, he would be crushed, turned into dust, and die. Chapter 26:17. The terrifying aura spread, collided, and attacked in all directions, shattering everything. Half-browed old monster's silver hair fluttered in the wind. His silver eyebrows were also moving. The tip of his eyebrows was sharp and emanated a shocking sword intent. It was as if a divine sword could tear everything apart. Unparalleled sharpness. The sword intent was earth-shattering and invincible. It shocked Chen Zong greatly. Terrifying. Half-browed old monster was truly a terrifying sword cultivator. The 3 king-class experts of the Tao Alliance all looked very serious. They released their auras and tried their best to resist half-browed old monster's sword intent. They also protected Chen Zong. Half-browed old monster, How dare you interfere in the battle of the divine general ranking? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the universe's will? The Deputy Alliance leader looked coldly at half-browed old monster. His voice was filled with anger. Half-browed old monster didn't speak, but he raised his eyebrows. Then, his terrifying sword intent weakened and disappeared. The 3 king-class experts of the Tao Alliance naturally retracted their powerful auras. None of them were a match for half-browed old monster in a one-on-one battle. In fact, they would be easily defeated or killed by half-browed old monster. However, when the 3 of them worked together, they could fight against half-browed old monster. Of course, they still couldn't defeat him. Half-browed old monster wasn't afraid of the 3 king-class experts of the Tao Alliance, but the universe's will. The battle between Luan Mo and Chen Zong belonged to Chen Zong. It was a battle to enter the divine general ranking. Unknowingly, it had already attracted the attention of the universe's will. Under such circumstances, no one else was allowed to interfere. Half-browed old monster was very powerful, but he was like an ant to the universe's will. He couldn't bear the wrath of the universe's will. Even a level 6 or level 7 expert wouldn't be able to resist the universe's will. Chen Zong originally planned to kill Luan Mo, but half-browed old monster suddenly interfered and interrupted Chen Zong's killing move. Now, he didn't have the chance to kill Luan Mo even if he wanted to. Do you want to admit defeat or continue the fight? Chen Zong stared at Luan Mo. He gathered his sword intent again, which became more and more frightening. Luan Mo's face was livid. When he came here, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Chen Zong. However, he did not expect that not only was he forced to use his low-grade Tao weapon, but he was also defeated and almost killed. It was Elder Half-Brow who saved him. He was no match for him. Even if he was unwilling to admit it, Luan Mo knew that even if they continued to fight, he would still be no match for his opponent. I admit defeat. Saying these 3 words, Luan Mo's breath suddenly became chaotic, and his mouth was full of the taste of blood. As soon as Luan Mo admitted defeat, he felt as if something had left his body. Chen Zong also felt as if something had been added to his body. It was like a kind of attention, a kind of care. The will of the universe. Chen Zong knew that this was the care of the will of the universe. Although it was insignificant, it was invisible. Chen Zong had received this care, which was more beneficial to his comprehension of the great Tao. Junior, your talent in sword Tao is not bad. Half-brow old monster's eyes focused on Chen Zong. Sword light flashed in his eyes, which contained many mysteries of sword Tao. His voice also contained the mysteries of sword Tao. My 7 profound sword sect mainly cultivates sword Tao. It has been passed down for countless years and has a deep foundation. The 9 heavens imperial court cannot compare to it. Come to my 7 profound sword sect and become a disciple of my 7 profound sword sect. I guarantee that I will introduce you to the Sword Emperor as a disciple, and you will be heavily nurtured by my 7 profound sword sect. When the 3 experts of the Tao Alliance heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Their figures flashed, and they immediately appeared in front of Chen Zong, blocking half-brow old monster's vision. Chen Zong was a true disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court and a top genius of the Tao Alliance. They had high hopes for him. How could they poach him? Of course, it all depended on Chen Zong's decision. Junior, don't worry. As long as you agree, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court will not dare to do anything to you, half-brow old monster said proudly. In the 9 Heavens universe, the 7 profound sword sect was the strongest. The 7 profound sword sect was the strongest in the 9 Heavens universe. Although the other 8 forces were on par with each other, they were still inferior to the 7 profound sword sect. If Chen Zong really left the 9 Heavens Imperial Court and joined the 7 profound sword sect, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court would be furious. However, they would only be furious. They would not start a war with the 7 profound sword sect because of this. I am very comfortable in the 9 heavens imperial court. Chunzong's figure flashed, and he faced half-brow old monster directly. His tone and expression were neither servile nor overbearing, and there was no trace of fear in his voice. Half-brow old monster squinted his eyes slightly. There seemed to be a cold light condensing in the depths of his double pupils, as if it was going to pierce through Chunzong. A dangerous aura was also spreading. Now that Luan Mo had admitted defeat, the challenge for the divine general ranking had ended. Even if half-brow old monster killed Chunzong, the will of the universe would not punish him. The 3 King Realm experts of the Tao Alliance looked extremely solemn. They gathered all their strength and released a terrifying aura that locked onto half-brow old monster. As long as half-brow old monster showed the slightest murderous intent, they would attack without hesitation and do their best to deal with him. Even if they had to pay a price, they would not let half-brow old monster hurt Chunzong. If possible, they would even injure or kill half-brow old monster. As for Luan Mo, he would not have a good ending. The aura was stagnant, and an invisible killing intent was spreading. Luan Mo retreated. Chunzong squinted his eyes slightly and did not move. He knew that he was no match for half-brow old monster, but Chunzong was not afraid at all. My heart is fearless. Sword intent condensed. Half-brow old monster was still staring at Chunzong. He seemed to be thinking about whether he should take the risk and kill Chunzong. He knew very well that once he attacked, the 3 King Realm experts of the Tao Alliance would attack as well. He was not confident in winning the battle. After all, he could kill any one of them in a one-on-one fight. However, in a 1-on-3 fight, the 3 of them were obviously not weak. Then, the vice leader of the Tao Alliance flipped his hand, and a token appeared in his hand. The token immediately emitted a shocking aura. It was extremely powerful and domineering, as if it could destroy everything. Half-brow old monster frowned slightly. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. When half-brow old monster saw the token, he made a prompt decision. He grabbed Luan Mo and turned into a beam of sword light, flying away. When the 3 King Realm experts of the Tao Alliance saw that half-brow old monster had really left, they heaved a sigh of relief and withdrew their aura. However, they did not let down their guard. They still protected Chunzong. It was the Divine General Ranking List. Chunzong was now a real expert on the Divine General Ranking List. He was an expert who had received the attention of the universe and was even favored by it. The vice leader's strength burst out and enveloped Chunzong. The 2 Zun-Chi cultivators also protected the vice leader on his left and right. They took Chunzong away from the nameless island and quickly flew back to Sky Continent. Chunzong's challenge was over. He had won with an absolute advantage. He had directly replaced Luan Mo and entered the Divine General Ranking List. It was a joyous occasion. The vice leader and the other 2 King Realm experts could not wait to go back. They wanted to personally convey this joy to the others so that they could share it with them. Being carried by the vice leader, Chunzong did not need to use any of his strength. Therefore, he immersed his consciousness in the universe's favor. In an instant, Chunzong felt as if his consciousness was passing through an endless space and time, layer after layer. He felt as if he was constantly soaring up into the sky. It felt as if he had broken free from a heavy shackle and escaped from a cage. It was a carefree feeling like a fish in the vast sea and sky. It was vivid and vivid. Chunzong was immersed in it. It was wonderful. It was a wonderful feeling. Finally, Chunzong saw a ray of light. He looked forward to it. That ray of light instantly enlarged. Chunzong's consciousness also entered it. It was a vast and boundless void. There was no sky, no earth, no sun, no moon, no stars, no flowers, no plants, no insects, and no fish. There was only a void. However, in this void, Chen Zong seemed to feel that there were countless things that contained countless mysteries. After that, an enormous scroll that spanned thousands of kilometers appeared in the sky. The scroll seemed to be black, but it also seemed to be golden. It was suffused with a peerless might and will. The moment the scroll appeared, Chen Zong felt that everything around him was suppressed and solidified. His consciousness could not move at all. However, he could still look at it. Open. The scroll opened little by little. It fell from the sky like the water of the Milky Way pouring down. In an instant it was filled with countless mysteries and endless mysteries. It was vast and unparalleled. Everything in front of it seemed so small and insignificant, like dust. The open scroll was incomparably vast, and Chen Zong couldn't see the end of it. This gave Chen Zong an unparalleled sense of shock. Even the cosmic behemoth that he had seen before, which could swallow the great whale in one gulp, could not be compared to this. In front of this open scroll, it was as small as a tadpole. At the top of the scroll there were 3 unusually large words. The words seemed to be golden, silver, and black. They seemed to be able to swallow everything between heaven and earth. They contained indescribable mysteries and mysteries. The Divine General's List. Although Chen Zong did not know these 3 words, he could understand their meaning. They were the Divine General's List. On the falling Divine General's List, names appeared one after another. After the names there was other information such as race, age, birthplace, and so on. However, Chen Zong found that he could not see the information of the names at the top of the Divine General's List. At a glance, it seemed that he could see through them, but it also seemed to be a blur. His consciousness swept down from the top of the list. Finally, Chen Zong found that he could only see the names and relevant information of the masters at the top of the Divine General's List and below the top 9,000. The information of the masters below the top 9,000 was a blur. It seemed that he could see them, but in fact, he could not see anything. No matter how hard Chen Zong tried to see, the result was the same. There was no change. Mobile phone, OXIN 81 Chinese. Chapter 26:18. This void was constructed by the will of the universe. It was where the Divine General's ranking was located. It was called the Divine General's ranking world. This world existed to store the Divine General's ranking world. Chen Zong could only see the information of the experts ranked 9,000 and below. If he wanted to see the information of those ranked 9,000, he had to raise his ranking to 9,000. However, it would not be as troublesome as before if he wanted to challenge someone after entering the Divine General's ranking world. Soon, Chen Zong's consciousness exited the Divine General's ranking world and returned to his soul. His inner demons were still being suppressed by Senior Demon Heart. Senior Demon Heart was still in a deep sleep and seemed to be adapting to the laws of the universe bit by bit. No one knew when he would truly be able to adapt. With the Vice Alliance Master carrying him at full speed, Chen Zong returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court safe and sound in about a month's time. During this month, Chen Zong indeed felt the benefits of the attention and care of the will of the universe. It had a good effect on his understanding of the Tao of Heart, the Tao of the world, and the mysteries of the Sword Tao. Well, if he had to use numbers to express it accurately, the benefits he gained during this month's cultivation were equivalent to 1.5 months of normal cultivation. According to this ratio, if Chen Zong cultivated for 100 years, it would be equivalent to 150 years before he entered the Divine General's ranking world. This was undoubtedly shocking. Moreover, as Chen Zong's ranking continued to rise, the benefits would continue to increase. It was hard to imagine how great the benefits would be for those experts who were ranked at the top of the Divine General's ranking world. It was simply sensational. Perhaps they could even fight against those weaker fourth realms. Chen Zong and the other 3 returned. The higher-ups of the Tao Alliance were also alarmed. They all asked about the results of the challenge. However, the interesting thing was that the Deputy Alliance leader and the two supremacies did not say anything. On the contrary, they sighed and looked troubled. This made the people of the Tao Alliance very disappointed. It doesn't matter. Chernzong's cultivation time is not as long as Luan Mo's, but I believe that with Chernzong's talent, as long as he continues to cultivate, he'll be ranked on the Divine General's list sooner or later, a venerable said after being refreshed. At the same time, he looked at Chernzong encouragingly. Chernzong's talent was indeed brilliant. The other venerables and Fourth Realm experts also spoke up to console him. Ha 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 ha! One of the two venerables who escorted Chernzong couldn't help laughing. You're wrong. I was just kidding. Chernzong won. If it weren't for Half-Eyebrow Monster, Luanemo would have been killed by Chernzong's sword. The Venerable One's words left everyone dumbfounded. What was real? He won? Or did he lose? I won. All eyes were fixed on Chernzong. Chernzong admitted with a smile. How could he lie when he admitted it himself? Immediately they were stunned at first, then ecstatic, and then wild with joy. After 10,000 years, the Tao Alliance had finally produced yet another expert on the Divine General's ranking. This was truly a cause for celebration. The news of Chernzong's ranking on the Divine General's list was not concealed at all. Like a storm, it swept through the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Everyone knew about it. Primitive Emperor, your Tao Alliance is really lucky. A primordial race, Venerable said with a smile. In the entire 9 Heavens Imperial Court, before Chernzong, there were only 5 people ranked on the Divine General's list. Moreover, 4 of them were not very high. They were all ranked outside the top 9,000. Only one of them had entered the top 9,000. Now there were 6 of them. One of them was Chernzong, who was ranked 3rd among the 6 Divine Generals list experts in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. As for Qi, his current ranking was not as good as Chernzong's. Humph, what a good life. Don't be complacent too early. Being able to live to the end is true ability. This was the reaction of the experts of the demon-human race. They were envious and even jealous. Why could a weak third-order void human race be ranked on the Divine General's list, while they, who came from the first-order void race, were not? For the Tao Alliance, Chernzong's ranking on the Divine General's list was a big deal. For the 9 Heavens Imperial Court it was also a big deal. After all, there were only 6 people ranked on the Divine General's list in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, and Chernzong was one of them. This further strengthened the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's 3rd-level experts. When Qi was ranked on the Divine General's list, he was rewarded by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Now Chernzong could also be rewarded. He could enter the Refinement Path World, Honesty Mountain, the 9 Great Divine Temples, and so on at will. These rewards were undoubtedly amazing. In addition, Chernzong could also choose treasures and the like. Although the 9 Heavens Imperial Court could not be compared to the Trade Wind Tower, it had been passed down for many years. Chernzong did not hesitate too much and finally chose a sword technique. Extreme Edge Sword Technique. This sword technique was different from the Heart Sword Technique and the World Sword Technique that he had created. It was a pure Great Tao Sword Technique. Whether it was the Heart Sword Technique or the World Sword Technique, they were not Sword Tao at all. They were the fusion of the Tao of the Heart, the Tao of the World, and the Tao of the Sword. Each had its own merit. However, the Extreme Edge Sword Technique was a pure Sword Tao Sword Technique. It did not incorporate the power of other great Taos. In theory, a single sword Tao couldn't compare to the Heart Sword Art or the World Sword Art in terms of power. However, the Extreme Edge Sword Art was different. This sword art had been created by an Origin Race Sword Tao expert. As everyone knew, many Origin people only comprehended one great Tao, but they were terrifyingly powerful. In addition to their extraordinary origin power, their comprehension of the Great Tao was also related to their own comprehension. Although the extreme edge sword technique was a pure sword Dao sword technique, it was very mysterious. It fully explored the sharpness of the sword Dao and the sword. In short, the extreme edge sword technique was a superb sword technique that was not inferior to the heart sword technique and the world sword technique. Chen Zong did not choose other treasures or unique technique. Instead, he chose the extreme edge sword technique for this reason. Cultivating another great Dao sword technique would be very beneficial to his accumulation of sword Dao. After obtaining the extreme edge sword technique, Chen Zong wholeheartedly comprehended it. He used the 10 intents of the Heart Sutra to comprehend it. He comprehended it comprehensively and quickly deciphered the mysteries contained in the extreme edge sword technique. It's really superb and mysterious. As Chen Zong continued to comprehend, he was more and more amazed by the mysteries of the extreme edge sword technique. It also gave him a lot of inspiration. It was a good sword technique. Entry level. As Chen Zong continued to comprehend and cultivate, he also entered the entry level of the extreme edge sword technique. However, according to the rules of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chen Zong could only cultivate this sword technique by himself. He could not teach it to others. With the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship as the foundation, as well as the assistance of the Heart Sutra and the Heart Sutra, Chen Zong's comprehension of the extreme edge swordsmanship was improving by leaps and bounds. Entry level. Then he reached the small success realm. Then he reached the great success realm and began to break through to the perfection realm. In addition to comprehending the extreme edge sword technique, Chen Zong also entered the battle tower to practice the application of the extreme edge sword technique. He also entered Mount Wuwang to receive the impact of the divine will. He also entered the refining path world to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao. He also entered the divine weapon palace of the 9 great divine halls to comprehend sword techniques and unique technique. Chen Zong had an agreement with the commander of the Trade Wind Army in the 2nd level Trade Wind Tower of the Strange Light Divine Dynasty. He could only stay in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court for 10 years. 10 years seemed very long, but that was for ordinary people. For cultivators, 10 years was actually very short. Sometimes, when they came out of seclusion, 10 years, dozens, or even hundreds of years had passed. Chen Zong needed to cultivate and comprehend too many things. He also needed to spend some time with Yunyanxin. He felt that he did not have enough time. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 9 years had passed since Chen Zong returned to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. This time, Chen Zong received a challenge from a disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The challenger was Qi. Qi challenged Chen Zong, which surprised Chen Zong. Keep in mind that Ho was a monster from the very beginning, far ahead of Chen Zong. But now, Chen Zong's ranking was higher than Ho's. When Chen Zong defeated Luan Mo and replaced him, everyone on the Divine General Ranking list received the news from the will of the universe. However, Qi was still in seclusion at that time. Now that he appeared again, his strength had improved a lot. He directly challenged Chen Zong. This year's disciples should respect themselves. No one could surpass them. No one. This was Qi's pride and determination. Previously, none of the disciples in the same batch were his match in a one-on-one battle. Even though he had been killed once in the Earth-level disciple assembly, it was because a few top prodigies had joined forces and there was some element of luck involved. Chen Zong accepted Qi's challenge. Chen Zong also wanted to know how strong Qi was. To be honest, when Chen Zong first learned of Qi's strength, he had a thought in his mind. One day, he would defeat Qi with his own strength. Although this thought did not become an obsession, Chen Zong wanted to do so. However, he did not expect Qi to challenge him before he even made a move. Since that was the case, he would fight. If he lost, he would lose his 9,300th ranking and would not fall off the Divine General Ranking list because Qi's ranking would be replaced by him. Qi's challenge to Chernzong was definitely a big deal for the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, this battle wasn't taking place in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Their consciousnesses were pulled into the Divine General's ranking by the power of the universe's will. This time, they didn't enter with their consciousnesses but with their real bodies. Therefore, if others wanted to observe the battle, they wouldn't be able to do so. Qi's challenge to Chernzong was a battle between experts on the Divine General ranking list. The other experts on the Divine General ranking list were also notified that they could choose to enter the Divine General ranking list to watch the battle. The Divine General ranking list seemed to be boundless. Chernzong and Qi's bodies appeared in it at the same time. What followed were streams of consciousnesses scattered around. They were the consciousnesses of experts on the Divine General ranking list. Of course, there were not many of them, only a few dozen. After all, Qi was ranked 9,500th on the Divine General ranking list, while Chernzong was ranked 9,300. It could be said that they were at the bottom of the Divine General ranking list. Their battle was naturally not worth watching for other experts on the Divine General ranking list. Chapter 26:19. In the Divine General's list, the dozens of consciousnesses were observing Chernzong and Zhao, feeling the aura that they exuded. Ho's expression was cold and solemn. His body didn't look that big, but it gave off a majestic feeling. The pair of dark golden maces in his hands added a domineering aura to his aura. "I'm the strongest," Zhao said. His voice was like the roar of a giant beast, bursting out with unparalleled power. The sound waves rolled out like waves, directly sweeping toward Chernzong. Chernzong couldn't help but be slightly shocked. This Ho was truly terrifying. Its roar contained a terrifying amount of energy, and its attack was shockingly powerful. In an instant, Chernzong activated the two divine forms and drew his sword. The sword light flashed and was incomparably sharp. It directly split the sound waves and slashed toward Zhao. Extreme edge swordsmanship. Moreover, it was the extreme edge swordsmanship that had been cultivated to perfection. In terms of sharpness, the extreme edge swordsmanship was better than the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship. Of course, each of the three great swordsmanship had its own merit. The sword Qi broke through the air and was extremely sharp. Zhao's expression changed involuntarily, and he felt like he was being torn apart. "You were no match for me before, and you're no match for me now." With a loud roar, Ho swung his pair of truncheons. Dark golden light surged out like a raging tide, instantly becoming increasingly frightening. It was accompanied by an endless tyrannical might as it smashed down with the power to destroy mountains. The sword Qi was shattered upon contact, but the power of the maces did not seem to be weakened at all. It mercilessly blasted toward Chernzong. This blow seemed to have shattered the vacuum. Chernzong could not help but be secretly shocked. Zhao was really worthy of being the top genius of the primordial. The growth of his strength was really amazing. However, although Chernzong was not as good as Zhao before, he had now grown and caught up with him. The extreme edge swordsmanship was used. The extremely sharp sword light broke through the air. The moves of the extreme edge swordsmanship were actually very simple. It was nothing more than stabbing, slashing, cutting, and so on. Its real power lay in the sharpness of the sword. Fight. It was an intense battle. Zhao's expression was very solemn. He was unable to defeat Chernzong with an overwhelming advantage. On the contrary, he was caught in a bitter battle. With a roar, the light on Ho's body instantly shone brightly. His body actually began to swell and become even more powerful. The power contained within the two truncheons also increased by quite a bit. The power of each of his attacks also increased by quite a bit. Zhao's strength had become even more powerful, but Chernzong could not help but sigh. He had really caught up with you. You today and you in the past gave him a different feeling. Back then, Qi gave him a feeling of invincibility. He was like an insurmountable mountain that one could only look up to. However, as time passed, as he continued to improve, not only did he catch up, he even surpassed him. If the previous ranking on the Divine General list was only a temporary lead and not a real one, then the current feeling was that he had really surpassed him, even if the outcome of this battle had not yet been decided. Of course, over the years, Zhao's strength had also been constantly improving. His progress was also very terrifying. Compared to other geniuses, Zhao's speed of improvement made them feel despair. Sure enough, my progress is faster, Chen Zong said to himself. Although his talent was not as good as those geniuses of the Origin tribe, and even less than Zhao, Chen Zong's advantage was in his comprehension. In addition, he had the help of the Heart Sutra, which was even more amazing. Zhao would never have thought that Chen Zong could be distracted by other things while fighting fiercely with him. 2 micro-dust. Zhao's attacks were not successful for a long time, so he burst out again and directly displayed a powerful Great Path Supreme technique. Boom! The truncheons burst out with an extremely powerful dark golden light. As the light collided and intertwined, an indescribably terrifying power filled the air, as if it could shatter everything into dust. Terrifying. It was incomparably terrifying. As soon as Chen Zong's sword qi and sword light came into contact, they turned into dust and disappeared. This strike caused Chen Zong to be extremely shocked in his heart as well. He wasn't shocked by the might of this strike, but it was the profundity contained within this strike. It possessed shocking potential, and once it was improved to the limit, it would surely become a terrifying ultimate technique of the Grand Tao. Just as Zhao's Great Path Supreme technique erupted, Chen Zong held his sword with both hands and suddenly raised it. In an instant, an infinite amount of sharp light condensed on it. The golden light was dazzling, and the astonishing sharpness seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Low-grade star-level sword principal supreme technique, golden peak moon slashing. The moment the golden sword light slashed out, it turned into a huge crescent moon that tore through the air. Its sharpness was unparalleled, and it tore everything apart. Kill. In an instant, the golden edge moon slashing blade and the 2 phases microdust supreme technique collided. The sword qi of the golden edge moon slashing blade was constantly being ground into dust and dissipated, while the 2 phases microdust was also being split by the golden edge moon slashing blade. In the end, the power of the 2 phases microdust was really split into 2 by the golden edge moon slashing blade. Its power dissipated, but there was not much left of the golden edge moon slashing blade. But even if there was only a fraction of its power left, it still attacked Zhao, and it brought about a strong threat. Zhao was shocked. His most powerful move had actually been defeated. When did this human's strength reach such a level? In the following battles, Chen Zong unleashed his full strength and directly suppressed Ho. Even though Ho kept unleashing his full strength, that was the extent of his strength. Of course, compared to Luan Mo, who had fought with him in the past, Zhao's strength was stronger. But unfortunately, Chen Zong was stronger. In the end, Zhao was defeated and Chen Zong won. Their rankings did not change at all. But Chen Zong had also fulfilled one of his wishes. It was a wish that he had had in the past, and that was to defeat Zhao in a head-on battle. Their figures left the Divine General ranking world, and the dozens of spectating consciousnesses also slowly left. Not bad. Yes, that sword cultivator is indeed not bad. His strength should not be limited to this. As the consciousnesses conversed, the Divine General ranking world regained its peace. The news of Zhao's defeat quickly spread throughout the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. When they heard the news, their first reaction was disbelief, but they had to believe it. A loss was a loss, and a win was a win. There was no cheating. Shock. Everyone was shocked. The people of the Tao Alliance were shocked at first, and then wild with joy and excitement. This was even more exciting than when Chen Zong defeated Luan Mo and entered the Divine General Ranking world. After all, Zhao was like a huge mountain that stretched across the sky and suppressed the disciples of the same batch. But now, this huge mountain had been broken. The shadow seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden, and the feeling of sunlight shining down was surprising and shocking. It was a feeling that they had not felt in a long time. He has actually come this far. Deng Xing, Green Nightmare, and the others who had once joined forces with Chen Zong to kill Zhao were stunned when they heard that Chen Zong had defeated Zhao. That kind of astonishment was indescribable, and an indescribable feeling arose in their hearts. A human from the third sequence void, a human who was looked down upon by others, had come this far and directly defeated, suppressed, and replaced the number one disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Green Nightmare, who had once defeated Chen Zong, had an even more complicated feeling in his heart. Because he had defeated Chen Zong in the past, and then Chen Zong continued to grow stronger and surpassed him. Now, he had surpassed him by countless times. Chen Zong did not know what they were thinking. After defeating Zhao, Chen Zong spent most of his time with Yun Yanxin. After all, he did not have much time left in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Although they were together, they were not lovey-dovey, but cultivating. He was comprehending and cultivating with the Heart Sutra all the time, and he also guided Yun Yanxin in the practice of swordsmanship. In the process of guiding, he was reflecting on his swordsmanship, which was further integrated and improved in an invisible way. In addition, Chen Zong also challenged the Divine General ranking. He challenged the expert ranked 9,000th on the Divine General ranking. After being listed on the Divine General's ranking list, it was much easier to challenge. He directly issued a challenge through the Divine General's ranking list, and his opponents would receive the message. Once they agreed, they could enter the Divine General's ranking list to fight. In that battle, Chen Zong won, and he did not use his full strength. After winning, Chen Zong could see the information of the experts ranked after 8,000 on the Divine General's ranking list. Challenge! 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 Chen Zong kept issuing challenges and fighting with the experts on the Divine General's ranking list time and time again. While improving his ranking, he also used it to train himself. In the Divine General's ranking list, the expert ranked 8,000th was killed by Chen Zong. Chen Zong also replaced his opponent's ranking and was ranked 8,000. The higher I go, the stronger the experts are, Chen Zong could not help but think to himself. This was what he felt as he fought his way up. Indeed, the higher the ranking, the stronger the strength. He also spent a lot of effort to defeat these 8,000 experts. This made Chen Zong sigh with emotion. There were indeed many amazing heavenly talents in the universe. 8,000. This ranking had already surpassed the number one person in the third realm of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. In other words, Chen Zong was now the number one person in the third realm of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The number one disciple. Without a doubt, Chen Zong was now the number one disciple in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. After knowing this, Chen Zong was speechless. After he was defeated by Chen Zong that day, he worked hard and cultivated even harder. Indeed, the improvement of his strength was also very shocking. He also continued to challenge. Now, he was already in the top 9,000 of the Divine General's ranking list. Compared to before, his ranking had greatly improved. However, Chen Zong's improvement was even faster. It seemed that the gap between them had widened again. Even though he thought that his talent was extraordinary, at this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. It grew from the depths of his heart and quietly spread. How could a human with mediocre talent surpass him, who had the Khanate Yuan King body? Chen Zong became the number one disciple, and everyone in the Tao Alliance was very happy. Moreover, the Tao Alliance also had many benefits. Apart from becoming famous and promoting Heaven Continent, they also received more resources from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. This was extremely beneficial to the development of the Tau Alliance. Under such an atmosphere, the 10 years were finally up. It was time for Chernzong to leave. Chapter 2620. The 10,000-meter-long space-crossing divine ship, the Great Whale, arrived as scheduled. Chernzong didn't hide his destination. Trade Wind Tower. The experts of the Tao Alliance and the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court were shocked. These Fifth Realm King-level powerhouses had all heard of the reputation of the Trade Wind Cove. Regarding this, they were also very happy and proud of Chernzong. Even the Nine Heavens Imperial Court didn't have a space-crossing divine ship like the Great Whale, let alone the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Even the Seven Mysteries Sword Sect didn't have one. Waving goodbye, Chernzong's gaze swept over them and finally stopped on Yunyanxin's face. There was reluctance, hope, and encouragement in his eyes. Love was important, but he couldn't be short-tempered. There was still a long way to go and plenty of time. If they wanted to live happily together, they needed to be stronger. At the very least, they needed to be fearless in the face of all difficulties. Seeking the Tao was a must. After nodding slightly at Yunyanxin, Chernzong turned around and saw the masked war demon. He nodded slightly and stepped into the Great Whale. Once it was activated, the enormous Great Whale began to leave Heaven Continent. Under everyone's gazes, it gradually disappeared into the distance until it was completely gone. The war demon, the genius who always wore a ghost mask, was also extraordinary. After coming out of seclusion, his strength had improved greatly. Now, he was ranked in the top 100 of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Heavenly Generals ranking. He was a top genius in the Tao Alliance who wasn't inferior to Yi Daolin, or even surpassed him. Chernzong was happy. From the bottom of his heart, the stronger the Tao Alliance was, the better. Whether it was Chernxiu, Yunyanxin, Yu Wuxia, or the War Demon, the stronger the better. The Great Whale's speed kept increasing until it reached its peak. It rushed out of the Nine Heavens universe and entered the vast universe again. It quickly returned to the divine capital of the Mystical Light Divine Capital in the Mystical Light universe. It would take another 10 years. Bei Qian, Yen Wu, and the other soldiers who had fought Chernzong in the arena also knew that Chernzong was now ranked in the Heavenly Generals ranking. They couldn't hide their shock. How long had it been? Although they were said to be close to the experts on the Divine Generals ranking, being close to the experts and actually being listed on the Divine Generals ranking were two different things. Whether or not they could be listed on the Divine Generals ranking was still unknown. That step seemed like it could be crossed with just a lift of his leg, but it was also like a natural chasm that could not be crossed no matter what. Chernzong became the fourth expert on the Divine Generals ranking on the Great Whale. He was ranked second. Ranked in the 8,000th place, Chernzong felt that he seemed to be more favored by the will of the universe, and his cultivation efficiency had further improved. However, at this stage of cultivation, if he wanted to continue to improve, the difficulty would increase. Every bit of progress would become more difficult. Even though Chernzong had a high level of comprehension and had the help of the Heart Sutra, the speed of his progress was constantly decreasing. Sometimes, after several days of cultivation, there was no progress at all. Chernzong wasn't discouraged at all, because his innate talent was indeed limited and couldn't be compared to the origin race. This was determined by the innate nature of the human race. For example, Ho had the innate Yuan King body, so his basic strength could be raised to a terrifying level. If he could keep up in other aspects, his strength would become even stronger. However, as a human, Chernzong's physique was very ordinary. The cultivation of the Heart Sutra couldn't break the norm, so it was destined that the basic strength of the Heart Sutra could only be so. As for the 3 Great Path sword techniques, they had been cultivated to the Great Perfection realm. Although there was still room for improvement, it wasn't that easy. As for Ao Wu, he didn't really need it, because Ao Wu's power could no longer keep up with his own strength. Now, his true means were the secret techniques of the Great Path. Currently, Chen Zong had mastered 4 Great Path secret techniques. 2 of them were self-created, while the other 2 were obtained from the 9 Heavens Imperial Path Alliance. He cultivated, comprehended, and improved slowly. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The Great Whale had also returned to the second-class branch of the mysterious Light Divine Dynasty. In the past 10 years, Chen Zong had cultivated to the 22nd level of the Heart Sutra of the 33 Heavens. He had built 22 heart palaces. He felt that he had reached the limit of his current stage. The cultivation of the Heart Sutra also continued to improve on the Heart 100 Wills, slowly rushing towards the 4th level of the Heart 1000 Wills. Unfortunately, there was still a long way to go. In addition, the 3 Great Path sword techniques had become more mysterious and powerful. For example, in terms of power, the World Sword technique had improved from the level of the top level 5 Ao Wu to the level of an ordinary level 6 Ao Wu. The same was true for the Heart Sword technique and the Extreme Edge Sword technique. However, the Mountain River technique was still a Middle Star secret technique and couldn't be improved to the Upper Star secret technique. As for the Heart Sword technique, the space-splitting move, Chen Zong had absorbed the essence of the Golden Edge Moonslaying technique and improved it from a Lower Star secret technique to a Middle Star secret technique. Its power was stronger, but it consumed more energy. Lastly, the sword sharpening technique had been cultivated to the 3rd level. At this point, the sword sharpening technique had been cultivated to the extreme. Not bad. The chief commander of the Trade Wind Army summoned Chen Zong. He stared at him with his deep eyes and nodded involuntarily. It had been 30 years since Chen Zong came and went. His cultivation and strength had improved greatly in all aspects. The chief commander was very surprised to see Chen Zong ranked 8,000 on the Divine General ranking list. He didn't expect Chen Zong to improve so quickly. He was right. I will send you to the first-class branch first. At that time, you will go to the main building to cultivate with the geniuses there. The chief commander wasn't a talkative person. He was concise and comprehensive. Chen Zong naturally didn't have any objections, but he was very curious about the first-class branch. The first-class branch was the Trade Wind Army, which was stronger than the second-class branch. It was also a powerful force that surpassed the 9 Heavens Imperial Court and other forces. The Great Whale Crossing Divine Ship belonged to the first-class branch. The second-class branch was so powerful, but it didn't have one. But how could he go to the first-class branch? Could he still take the Great Whale? That would take a lot of time. Soon, Chen Zong knew how to go to the first-class branch. Under the lead of the chief commander, there was a realm gate in the secret place of the Trade Wind Army. There was a secret realm gate that led directly to the first-class branch. This realm gate isn't usually opened, the chief commander said, because every time it is opened, it will consume 10 million Cosmos God crystals. Chen Zong couldn't help taking in a breath of cold air when he heard this. 10 million Cosmos God crystals. One had to know that until now, he only had 2 million Cosmos God crystals on him. He didn't know how long it would take for him to get 10 million Cosmos God crystals. A single teleportation would consume 10 million Cosmos God crystals. It was really burning money. No wonder the chief commander said that it wasn't usually used. Even a power like the Trade Wind Army wouldn't burn Cosmos God crystals for fun. Using good steel on the blade was the most important principle. The chief commander took out 10 million Cosmos God crystals and threw them into the realm gate. Immediately, 10 million Cosmos God crystals released an astonishing energy. That energy was vigorous to the extreme, like the roar of a divine dragon. It emitted a vigorous aura that made Chen Zong feel shocked. It was as if the moment he touched it, he would be shattered by that vigorous and terrifying energy, turning into powder and dissipating. Not to mention him, even a fourth realm expert wouldn't be able to survive once he was struck by that energy. The energy was like a dragon, roaring endlessly and pouring into the realm gate. After being replenished by that tyrannical and vigorous energy, the realm gate lit up with light. Soon after, it seemed to tear the sky apart, forming a crack that kept expanding. When that crack opened to the extreme, it stabilized. Chen Zong saw an existence that was like a black water surface, permeating with the aura of the void. The realm gate opened. "Let's go!" the chief commander shouted. With a wave of his hand, a tyrannical energy enveloped Chen Zong, protecting Chen Zong firmly. Then, he took a step forward, bringing Chen Zong's body into that realm gate. In the blink of an eye, the chief commander's body disappeared, as if he was swallowed by the realm gate. The realm gate was slowly closing. After 3 breaths, it was completely closed. The vigorous energy released by 10 million cosmos god crystals was completely consumed. Shuttling. Under the protection of the chief commander's energy, Chen Zong wasn't attacked at all. He kept moving forward with the chief commander. This place was like a void passageway, and the Grand Commander's power was carrying him through this passageway. Go, go, go! Like an aurora, they moved as fast as lightning, covering millions of miles in a breath. The Trade Wind Tower had a main building and 4 first-grade branch buildings. Chen Zong and the chief commander were heading to the nearest first-grade branch building, which was also the superior branch building of the Strange Light Dynasty's second-grade branch building. Although it was said to be the closest, it was actually very far away. If the great whale sailed at the speed of light, it would take a full 50 years to arrive at the destination. 50 years was actually nothing to cultivators. The universe was so vast that sometimes a journey could take hundreds of years. However, there weren't many opportunities to head to the main building. This time there was a chance. If they missed it because they didn't have enough time, who knew how many years it would be before they could get another chance? That was why the chief commander took out 10 million cosmos god crystals to open the realm gate and cross the 50-year journey to the first-grade branch building in the shortest time possible. Of course, 10 million cosmos god crystals were nothing to a 6th-level emperor like the chief commander. However, he couldn't do this often. Otherwise, no matter how much wealth he had, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Chen Zong widened his eyes and tried his best to look around. However, all he could see was a stretch of dark flowing light. It was like streaks of dark meteors flying around him. It was too fast. The chief commander's speed was too fast. It seemed to be even faster than the great whale. Of course, this wasn't the case. The chief commander was teleporting through the realm gate, which was equivalent to compressing the void between the 2 branches to the extreme. He could cross it in a shorter time. A flash of light appeared, and the Grand Commander rushed into the light. Chapter 26-21. There were only 4 first-level branches of the Trade Wind Tower, which were much more powerful than the second-level branches, in the entire Wanyuan territory. Because Chen Zong was ranked on the Divine General's ranking and was an expert on the Divine General's ranking, it directly proved his outstanding strength. Therefore, under the encouragement of the commander, Chen Zong was given the Purple Feather Clear Wind armor, which was better than the Red Feather Clear Wind armor. As the name implied, the Purple Feather Clear Wind armor's feathers turned purple, which gave it a noble and mysterious feeling. Compared to the Red Feather Clear Wind armor, the Purple Feather Clear Wind armor's defensive power was naturally stronger. Moreover, it could increase one's movement speed by 30%. As soon as he moved, Chen Zong could feel that his speed had increased significantly. Chen Zong did not encounter anyone who looked down on him or deliberately picked a fight with him when he arrived at the first-level branch. After all, Chernzong was an expert on the Divine General's ranking and was ranked in the 8,000th place, which was quite a good ranking. The Divine General's ranking could not be falsified because the will of the universe was watching and there was no way to cheat. For example, Chernzong had previously killed Aoda, an expert on the Divine General's ranking of the Divine Shadow Tower, with the power of the realm suppressing force. However, Chernzong did not replace Aoda on the Divine General's ranking because Chernzong did not kill Aoda with his own strength. The will of the universe was very clear about this. He defeated Luan Mo with his own strength, which was why he was able to replace Aoda. An expert ranked in the top 8,000 of the Divine General's list, even if he couldn't make any further progress in the future, even if he had a humble background, he couldn't be underestimated. After all, there were only 9,999 people on the Divine General's list in the entire universe. Background, talent, achievements, and so on were actually just a foil to one's strength. Strength was the most important thing. Strength was the passport to the universe. Without strength, no matter how good one's background was, it was just a symbol. On the contrary, when the commander said that Chernzong's military rank should be promoted, the higher-ups of the first-level branch only had a simple meeting and it was done immediately. The cultivation environment and resources in the headquarters are more abundant, and there are more and stronger geniuses. Cultivate well and do your best to fight for it. The commander said solemnly to Chernzong, the more outstanding your performance, the more attention you will receive from the headquarters and the better you will be trained. Okay. Chernzong nodded solemnly. After the commander said that, he returned to the second-level branch of the mysterious divine dynasty through the realm gate. Chernzong was temporarily staying in this first-level building, waiting for further arrangements to be made. According to what he said, in a few months' time, it would be time to head to the main building. Then, in these few months, he could stay here and cultivate in peace. Chernzong's Divine Shadow Divine General's residences and Divine General's sex was. Now, there were 8 Divine General sex experts in the first-level branch. This number surprised Chernzong. One had to know that the 9 Heavens Imperial Court only had 6 experts on the Divine General's ranking. Not only that, Chernzong had only recently advanced to the Divine General's ranking. With such a number, it was already second to none among the 9 great forces of the Heaven continent. Even the 7 profound sword sex experts on the Divine General's ranking couldn't be compared to the current 9 Heavens Imperial Court. But the first-level branch of the Trade Wind Tower had 8. That should be 11 Divine General sex experts, which was 5 more than the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's experts. Moreover, the highest-ranked expert was ranked within 6,000. He was definitely much stronger than Chernzong. However, Chernzong's rank of 8,000 was above average among the experts on the Divine General's ranking of the 8 first-level branches. There weren't many forces like the Trade Wind Tower's first-level branch in Wanyuan territory. According to the classification of forces, a force with a 5th-level King Realm expert was called a King Force. Similarly, a force with a 6th-level Emperor Realm expert was called an Emperor Force. A force with a 7th-level Emperor Realm expert was called an Emperor Force. Although a first-level branch was stronger than a second-level branch or a force like the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, it was still the same in terms of classification. This was because the strongest expert in a first-level branch was at the 6th level, not the 7th level. Of course, although it was the 6th level, it was the top of the 6th level. To put it simply, the strongest power in a universe was actually an Emperor-class power, and the strongest power in a territory was an Emperor-class power. Strictly speaking, the Trade Wind Tower's 3rd level, 2nd level, and 1st level branches weren't actually within the scope of force classification. This was because they were all branches of the Trade Wind Tower's headquarters. The entire Trade Wind Tower's headquarters and all its branches were a whole, and only then was it a true emperor force. Chen Zong was cultivating every moment in the Trade Wind Tower's first-level branch. This time, there were about 20 Heaven's Prides heading to the headquarters to cultivate. Including Chen Zong, there were 9 experts on the Divine General's ranking. Although the remaining 11 weren't experts on the Divine General's ranking, their strength was still extraordinary. Most importantly, it was their talent. Their talent was outstanding and top-notch, and they were worth nurturing. About 2 months after Chen Zong entered this first-level branch, he received an invitation. The person who sent the invitation was one of the experts on the Divine General's ranking who was heading to the headquarters to cultivate. His name was Han Men, and he was ranked 6,000th on the Divine General's ranking. His strength was astounding. According to Chen Zong's understanding, this Han Men had an innate king body, which had developed to a higher degree, so his strength was even stronger. Chen Zong was not an antisocial person. Anyway, he had the Heart Sutra to comprehend and cultivate all the time. Therefore, he set off for the meeting. The location of the Han sect's gathering was in a manner within this level's Trade Wind restaurant. There were no luxurious decorations, but every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every tree had a natural feeling, as if they contained some kind of Taoist rhyme. Of course, the Taoist rhyme was not very strong, so it could not bring people any opportunities or enlightenment. It only made the surrounding environment have an indescribable harmony, which made people feel comfortable in it. The breeze was gentle, and the fragrance of flowers was faint. This time, apart from the experts on the Divine General's ranking, those who received the invitation were the 11 people who were qualified to cultivate in the headquarters. The purpose of the Han Men was, in fact, very obvious. They wanted to familiarize themselves with each other. It might be beneficial for them to cultivate in the headquarters later. After all, they were from the branch building. If they wanted to cultivate in the headquarters, they would have to compete with the people in the headquarters. Moreover, this was not the only first-level branch building. The meeting was mainly for drinking, chatting, and learning from each other. Basically, everyone's attitude was quite good. Firstly, it was because those who were qualified to cultivate in the headquarters were certainly not ordinary people. Secondly, it was because they were all from the same first-level branch building. To a certain extent, they were from the same sect. It was better to have a good relationship with them than to have a bad relationship with them. But nothing was so absolute. Chen Zong, I'll practice the sword. You practice the sword too. A young man named Wenshi put down his wine cup and stood up. Sword light seemed to flash in his eyes. It was as if sword intent filled the sky as he stared at Chen Zong. There was a sharp aura in his words. Let's compete in sword skills. Let's see how good you, an expert on the Divine General's ranking, are. Wenshi was not an expert on the Divine General's ranking. He was one of the 9 experts who were not on the Divine General's ranking who were qualified to cultivate in the headquarters. He was the descendant of a 6th-level Emperor Realm expert in this first-level branch building. He had been talented since he was young and had been heavily nurtured by his elders. He was born with a good background, was talented, and had a backer. His cultivation had been smooth. This made Wenshi arrogant and somewhat condescending. He knew that experts on the Divine General's ranking were not ordinary. After all, he was not qualified to be on the Divine General's ranking yet. Although he could not be on the Divine General's ranking yet, Wenshi was very confident in his own sword skills. This was because under the guidance of his elders and with his own great talent, he had already mastered the great path of swordsmanship. He had even cultivated it to perfection. This level surpassed many people. Even some experts on the Divine General's ranking could not compare to him. For example, among the experts on the Divine General's ranking in the first-level branch building, there were only a few who could defeat him in sword skills, saber skills, and other martial arts, regardless of strength. When Shi challenged Chen Zong to a sword duel, the others did not say anything to stop him. Instead, they looked like they were watching a show. It was normal to have a martial arts duel. They all knew Wen Shi. He was very proud, but he was not a bad person. It would be best if Chen Zong could teach him a lesson. At the same time, they could also see how good Chen Zong's swordsmanship was. Chen Zong took in everyone's eyes and expressions. He had a general idea of what was going on. He got up and stepped forward. "Draw your sword." Wen Shi faced Chen Zong directly. He pressed one hand on the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist. His aura changed in an instant. It was extremely sharp. Invisible sword chi surged and sword will spread. He stared at Chen Zong through his eyes and said directly. His momentum was like a war between two armies. Whether it was his eyes, posture, or aura, Wen Shi was indeed extraordinary. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not draw his sword directly. Instead, he released his own sword will. The sword will of the extreme edge swordsmanship. This sword will focused on the sharpness of the sword. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to tear everything around it. It was extremely terrifying. Wen Shi bore the brunt of it. He only felt that there seemed to be a divine sword in front of him. It was extremely sharp and wantonly. He had a horrifying feeling that he would be cut in two. How could this be? How could this sword will be so powerful? The others did not feel the sword will emitted by Chen Zong. This sword will was only aimed at Wen Shi. It also showed that Chen Zong had amazing control over his own sword will. Such control showed that Chen Zong's corresponding swordsmanship had reached the realm of completeness. Moreover, it was not an ordinary realm of completeness. Cut! In the face of Chen Zong's sword intent, Wen Shi felt that his own sword intent was constantly being suppressed, as though it was about to be crushed. Break out! In an instant, he gathered all his strength and drew his sword. A dazzling sword light condensed and slashed toward Chen Zong. Chapter 26-22. Wen Shi's swordsmanship had reached the consummate realm. His sword had a powerful momentum and was as majestic as the sun. It slashed directly at Chen Zong, as if all the ghosts and darkness had been shattered into nothingness. Chen Zong still did not draw his sword. He took a step forward as if he was taking a stroll in the garden. His sharp sword essence still rushed out to intimidate Wen Shi. As his sword fell, Wen Shi changed his sword style and suddenly slashed out horizontally. Everyone was watching with solemn expressions, especially those who had sparred with Wen Shi. Wen Shi's talent in swordsmanship was outstanding. Moreover, he had been taught by an expert. His foundation in swordsmanship was very solid. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the consummate realm in this great path swordsmanship. As for Chen Zong, he was ranked 8,000 on the Divine Generals list. He must have mastered the great path swordsmanship to the consummate realm. However, to their surprise, Chen Zong did not draw his sword. He only used his sword essence to intimidate Wen Shi. Wen Shi had to draw his sword and use his full strength to attack. No one knew that Chen Zong's swordsmanship had improved tremendously in the past 30 years. The consummate realm was a very general realm. There was still a gap between someone who had just reached the consummate realm and someone who had been in it for a while. While everyone was watching the battle, there were also people watching secretly. Brother Mingwu, your junior's attainment in true Dipper swordsmanship is really good. A light chuckle rang out, but no one present could hear it. It was as if the sound came from a deeper space. Not bad, but compared to Chen Zong, there is still a big gap. The voice was deep and vigorous. Indeed, Chen Zong's swordsmanship is much better than Wen Shi's. My junior is talented, but he has been living a smooth life for a long time. He has developed an unfounded arrogance. This is not a good thing. I hope Chunzong can cause him a setback and make him realize his mistake. Chunzong did not draw his sword. He only attacked his opponent with his sharp sword essence. He moved step by step as if he was taking a stroll in the garden, avoiding Wenshi's swordsmanship attacks. Gap in the realm of swordsmanship. If Chunzong wanted, he could defeat Wenshi with one strike. After many years of cultivation, comprehension, and the amazing effect of the Heart Sutra, Chunzong had reached a very high level in the three great path swordsmanship. As for why Chunzong's swordsmanship had been dodging, it was because Chunzong wanted to see his opponent's swordsmanship. From Chunzong's point of view, the great path sword technique that Wenshi displayed was very advanced. It was a yang sword technique that excelled in strength and frontal attack. It was upright and strong. However, any Grand Tao martial technique had extraordinary value, and it wasn't an easy task to obtain them. It was also very difficult to create one. Chunzong could create two great path swordsmanship, the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship. It would definitely cause a great shock. Wenshi displayed the true aura swordsmanship to the fullest. He felt that he was surpassing the past. Even so, he could not hurt Chunzong at all. No, he could not even touch the corner of his clothes. The more it was like this, the angrier Wenshi was. In his anger, the power of the true aura swordsmanship was also increasing. It was increasing, but it gradually lost its order and became a little messy. This little bit of messiness could not be seen if one did not have enough eyesight and realm. But in Chunzong's eyes it was very clear. Suddenly, Chunzong took a step forward and stabbed forward with his fingers like a sword. An indescribable sharpness condensed on his fingertip. Like the edge of a sword and the tip of a sword, it brought about an endless void current and stabbed directly at Wenshi. That place happened to be the weak point of Wenshi's true aura swordsmanship. There was no way to dodge or defend. Wenshi only felt that Chunzong's finger was like a sharp sword piercing through the air. The sword essence condensed in it was unparalleled, penetrating everything in the world and sweeping everything in its path. He could not block it. He could not dodge it. He could only watch the sword stab towards him. There was a piercing pain between his eyebrows, as if it had been pierced through. Despair rose from his heart and instantly swept through his whole body. Wenshi was waiting for death. His eyes were gloomy. However, Chunzong's sword finger paused and the void current dissipated. It was less than an inch away from Wenshi's eyebrows. Chunzong withdrew his sword finger and did not say anything. He directly returned to his seat and sat down. As for Wenshi, his eyes were gloomy. He looked like he had suffered a great blow and was in a daze. This often showed that this person had rarely suffered setbacks and had developed a smooth temperament. When he encountered a setback, he could not accept it at once. No one said anything to disturb Wenshi. When faced with such a situation, he could only rely on himself to get rid of it and get through it. If he could not get through it, he would become depressed and even dispirited, which would be very detrimental to his future cultivation. However, if he could get through it, his will would be sharpened and tempered, breaking his original limit. It would be more beneficial for his future cultivation. After all, Wenshi was not an ordinary person. His temperament was not bad. After a period of depression and disappointment, his expression gradually recovered. Light flashed in his eyes again. He stared at Chunzong with a dignified and serious expression. I am not as good as you now, but soon I will definitely surpass you in all aspects. Chunzong did not say anything. He just nodded. According to his past experience, the possibility of surpassing him was extremely small. It could even be said that it was impossible. Of course, the universe was so vast and there were countless opportunities. No one could be sure that an ant would become an expert who could suppress the universe. Therefore, nothing was absolute. If Wen Shi could surpass him in the future, not only would Chen Zong not feel angry, but he would even feel happy. In the end, this confrontation of swordsmanship was actually just an interlude. However, it also allowed people to see Chen Zong's extraordinary swordsmanship. Experts were welcomed and respected wherever they went. After the gathering, Chen Zong returned to his residence. When he was about to continue his cultivation, he found that a figure was sitting in front of him. This shocked Chen Zong greatly. That person seemed to have appeared here a long time ago. It was as if he had become one with this residence. "Senior, what can I do for you?" Although Chen Zong was shocked, he did not panic. Instead, he saluted with his sword and asked, "Not bad. You have an excellent temperament. Wen Shi was defeated by your sword. There was no luck." The figure also spoke, and his voice was a little low. "Senior, are you going to stand up for Wen Shi?" Chen Zong asked. "You're smart." The figure laughed. He immediately saw through Chen Zong's intentions. That's right. Chen Zong's rhetorical question was actually meant to provoke him. An expert that he could not perceive was definitely not someone he could compare to. If the expert wanted to take his life, it would only take a single thought. Even if he unleashed the last drop of the power of suppressing the realm in his body, it would not be of any help. Even if the other party did not take his life, he only needed to use some small tricks to make him suffer. Therefore, Chen Zong said this first to see if the other party would consider his status and face and give up on the idea of dealing with him. This was called being prepared for nothing. "I'm not here to make things difficult for you." The figure laughed again and said, "However, there is something I need your help with." "Senior, how can I do something that even you can't do?" Chen Zong replied. It was fine as long as the other party was not here to make things difficult for him. As for needing his help, to be honest, although he was an expert on the divine general role, it was only limited to the third realm. He was nothing compared to the fourth, fifth, and even stronger sixth realms. "You can do this," the figure said with certainty. "Wen Shi is one of my juniors. His talent is not bad, but he is used to smooth sailing and rarely has any setback. If this continues, it will be difficult for him to achieve much." Today, he was completely at a disadvantage in the exchange of swordsmanship with you. You can say that he has experienced setbacks. Your swordsmanship is extraordinary. You have achieved quite a lot in the realm of perfection. I hope that you can guide Wen Shi's swordsmanship cultivation as much as possible in the future. I believe that you have the ability to do so. If you agree, I will reward you with the great path of swordsmanship that Wen Shi cultivates. Immediately, Chen Zong was tempted. When this expert was watching the battle, he could also see that Chen Zong was very interested in the great path of swordsmanship that Wen Shi used. Otherwise, he would have defeated Wen Shi at the beginning. However, Chen Zong did not do so. On the contrary, he kept putting pressure on Wen Shi and made Wen Shi use his swordsmanship continuously until he defeated Wen Shi in the end. It was clear that he was interested in the swordsmanship. Since that was the case, he would cater to his interests. "I will try my best." Chen Zong thought for a moment and agreed. Chen Zong was indeed very interested in the great path of swordsmanship. It would be best if he could obtain it. Sometimes, a great path of swordsmanship was the inheritance of a force. For example, the 7 profound sword sex inheritance was the 7 profound sword technique, which was very precious. For example, the extreme edge sword technique was an inheritance in the 9 heavens imperial court. If Chen Zong was not on the divine general role, he would not be able to obtain it. Now, the content of the deal with this senior was to guide Wen Shi's swordsmanship cultivation, and the reward was a great path of swordsmanship. Naturally, Chen Zong would not refuse. This was because not only would he be able to obtain a new great path of swordsmanship to cultivate, but he would also be able to further peek into the mystery of swordsmanship. While guiding others in their swordsmanship cultivation, it would also be a kind of enlightenment of his own swordsmanship. The process of removing the impurities and retaining the essences was also beneficial to him. Soon after, the figure in front of Chen Zong seemed to have disappeared. Chen Zong blinked his eyes and looked again. Indeed, the figure had really disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared. Even his aura was completely gone. Such ability was indeed very terrifying. If he really wanted to kill Chen Zong would not have the slightest ability to resist. However, there was something left on the chair where he originally sat. It was a quaint book with 4 big words on it: True Dipper Sword Technique. Chapter 26-23. The True Dipper Swordsmanship was an imposing, strong, and magnificent swordsmanship. It was good at frontal attacks and had amazing power. Its power was similar to the world swordsmanship, but there were also differences. Chen Zong was overjoyed to get the True Dipper swordsmanship. He immediately started to comprehend it. Now, Chen Zong had already mastered 3 great paths of the sword arts at the consummate level. In terms of his attainments in the great path of the sword arts, he had a shocking accumulation and a very solid foundation. When he tried to comprehend the 4th great path of the sword arts, the difficulty was much lower. Moreover, Chen Zong had the 10 intents of One Heart Sutra, and he had fought with Wenshi before. He had personally experienced the profoundness of Wenshi's True Dipper swordsmanship, and so on. He had a more direct experience. Under such circumstances, Chen Zong's speed of comprehending the True Dipper swordsmanship was simply shocking. In just a few days, he had reached the entry level and kept improving. Entry level, then small accomplishment, then profound accomplishment, gradually approaching the perfection realm. Chen Zong went to Wenshi and asked to have a sword duel with him. Wenshi was naturally happy to do so. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. Chen Zong's swordsmanship attainment was obviously higher than his by a lot. If such a sword expert wanted to have a sword duel with him, he would be stupid not to agree. Chen Zong had already cultivated the True Dipper swordsmanship to the profound accomplishment realm. When he had a duel with Wenshi, he could clearly see the weaknesses, flaws in Wenshi's swordsmanship. Wenshi had to work hard to improve it. While Wenshi made up for the shortcomings of his True Dipper swordsmanship, Chen Zong also saw more mysteries from Wenshi's True Dipper swordsmanship and improved his own True Dipper swordsmanship. A few months later, when a group of geniuses gathered and prepared to go to the headquarters of the Trade Wind Gang, Chen Zong's True Dipper swordsmanship had really broken the limit of the profound accomplishment realm and reached the perfection realm. So far, the 4th Great Way swordsmanship had reached the perfection realm. However, compared to the previous 3 Great Way swordsmanship, there was still a significant gap. 20 geniuses had gathered in front of a gate of the first-class Trade Wind Tower. 11 of them were experts on the Divine General's ranking, while the remaining 9 were the top experts at the Sub-Divine General's level. Wenshi was one of them. Compared to a few months ago, Wenshi's aura was completely different. There was an indescribable change. As the Cosmos God Crystal was consumed, the realm gate started to tremble. A tyrannical energy started to spread out. This energy caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They became incomparably solemn. It was even more astonishing than the realm gate of the 2nd grade Trade Wind sect that sent them here previously. When the energy of several tens of millions of Cosmos God crystals was completely released, the realm gate opened completely. It was like a piece of black water surface, and there were no ripples. Let's go. A level 6 Martial Emperor Cultivator took the lead and stepped into the portal. Then, the 20 prodigies stepped into the portal one after another. They were going to pass through the portal and head to the headquarters of the Trade Wind Brothel. This time, he was heading to the main building to cultivate. The main building of the Trade Wind Pavilion was an Emperor-level force. It was the top force in a territory. It had a strong foundation, countless experts, and many geniuses. Myriad Origin Island was the center of the Myriad Origin territory. It was an island, but it was astonishingly huge. It was like a colossus in the void. If one looked carefully from afar, they would discover that the shape of Myriad Origin Island seemed to be an incomparably huge turtle shell. There were many forces on Myriad Origin Island. These forces existed in the form of sect, nation, and clan. The strongest forces were the three great sect forces. They were respectively the Myriad Origin Sect, the Myriad Origin Palace, and the Trade Wind Brothel. They were also three of the four Emperor-level forces in the Myriad Origin territory. As for the other Emperor-level force, it was not located on Myriad Origin Island. The branches of the Trade Wind Brothel would never compete with the other forces for resources. Instead, they would gradually infiltrate the local forces. On the other hand, the Trade Wind Sect's main building was different. They occupied what they needed to occupy and seized what they needed to seize. Because if they didn't do so, then the Myriad Wall Sect and Palace of Origin wouldn't be lenient in the slightest and would directly divide up all the resources. Everyone wanted to be the dominant force and rule everything. Therefore, if they did not compete, it would be difficult for them to develop. After all, their own resources were limited. Countless pavilions stood in the territory of the Trade Wind Brothel. Gusts of strong wind blew from one side to the other. This wind never stopped. It was always there. In the Trade Wind Brothel, a majestic portal stood tall. A wave-like radiance lit up on the portal. The ripples quickly spread out and covered the entire portal. Powerful and vigorous energy ripples immediately spread out from this huge realm gate, sweeping in all directions. There were Trade Wind soldiers in clear wind armor scattered around the portal. They all exuded a shocking aura. In addition, there were also some 4th and 5th realms experts present. Not far away, there were also some young men and women in purple feather clear wind armor who were staring at the portal. The aura exuding from these people was many times stronger than that of the Third Realm's envelope soldiers. Experts. All of them were extremely powerful Third Realm's experts. I wonder if there are any outstanding people from the 4 first-grade pavilions who came over this time? A short and fat young man mumbled. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to someone else. Based on the history, there are definitely some outstanding geniuses. However, no matter how outstanding they are, they can't be compared to our headquarters. A skinny young man with a pale face said with a smile. When he smiled, there was a sinister feeling to it. They were the Third Realm's experts of the Trade Wind Brothel's headquarters. They were all top prodigies. They knew that some of the so-called top prodigies from the 4 first-grade pavilions would come over to cultivate. Therefore, they gathered here to take a look and satisfy their curiosity. Of course, not all the prodigies from the headquarters were here. Those who came were only a minority of them. The headquarters could not be compared to the branch pavilions. There was a fundamental difference. Even so, there were still many experts on the divine general role among the prodigies from the first-grade pavilions who came over to cultivate. As long as they could be listed on the divine general roll, they were definitely not weak. They could not be underestimated. Of course, there were even more experts on the divine general roll in the headquarters. The realm gate rippled, and the aura it exuded surged like a tidal wave. Immediately, many figures appeared and stepped out. The aura they exuded was extremely shocking. 6th Realms. The first to appear were 6th Realms Emperor-level experts. They were the 6th Realm's Emperor-level experts from the 4 first-grade pavilions who were escorting the top prodigies from the 4 first-grade pavilions. Then, it was the top prodigies who were selected to come to the headquarters to cultivate. 20. There were 20 top prodigies from the 4 first-grade pavilions who came over. The number was the same. Although there were the same number of people, there were not as many on the divine general roll. For example, the first-grade pavilion that Chunzong was in had 9 experts on the divine general roll. The other 3 first-grade pavilions had 8, 9, and 10 experts on the divine general roll, respectively. All of a sudden, there were more than 30 experts on the divine general roll. It was very shocking. Adding the experts on the divine general roll that the headquarters had, it was even more shocking. That was because the headquarters had quite a number of experts on the divine general roll. Chunzong passed through the realm gate and stepped into the territory of the general building. He quickly looked around and felt that the essence of the universe here was several times richer than any place he had been before. In such an environment, people would feel very comfortable all over. Practicing in such a place, one's cultivation could also be improved to the peak of the current realm earlier and better. Then, one would have more time to comprehend the great ways and practice martial arts, improving one's strength in all aspects. Many gazes from all directions locked onto Chunzong and the other prodigies who came from the branch pavilions, as if they were scrutinizing them. This was the first meeting between the prodigies from the branch pavilions and the headquarters. There was no smoke or fire, but the invisible competition had already quietly begun. Although they were all members of the Treasure Wind Gang, there was still a difference between the branch pavilions and the headquarters. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. Where there was Jianghu, there would be fighting. Not to mention the main building, even in the main building, there were different factions. There was fierce competition between them. Moreover, for the Heavens Prides in the main building, the Heavens Prides in the branch building were equivalent to outsiders. They were outsiders who wanted to divide their cultivation resources. Competition was completely unavoidable. Of course, this was also relatively speaking. For those high-level experts, they were also happy to do so, because in this way there would be greater competition and encourage the younger generation to cultivate harder and stand out in the competition, instead of growing up in a greenhouse. That was the essential difference. Having cultivation and strength were the most basic. The most important thing was to be able to use one's own strength and exert strength beyond one's limit. Cultivation without competition was smooth sailing. Once one encountered a setback in the future, it was likely that one would not be able to recover from it. On the contrary, those who rose from countless competitions were absolutely tenacious, which was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Internal competition was for the sake of nurturing stronger geniuses. This was something that the higher-ups were happy to see. After Chunzong and the others who came from the first-level branch walked out of the realm gate, they were quickly arranged to stay in different pavilions. No matter what, he was still a top Heaven's Pride. He was a top Heaven's Pride with extraordinary talent and potential. He was worth nurturing. Since that was the case, his basic treatment would naturally not be bad. On the contrary, it was not bad. Everyone was given a pavilion. This pavilion was not an ordinary one. It was a 3-story pavilion. Inside there were rooms for rest, rooms for closed-door cultivation, and so on. Moreover, it was protected by a seal. Once it was opened, even a 5th-level king-level expert would not be able to force his way in. Only a 6th-level emperor-level expert could do so. However, even a 6th-level emperor-level expert would not be able to break through it immediately unless they were at the top level. In other words, it was not so easy to assassinate one of the prodigies, unless a top emperor-level expert was willing to put down his pride. Chapter 26-24. When Chunzong arrived at the main tower and entered the pavilion, he picked up a main tower chronicle and started reading. While he was reading, he was also circulating the Single Heart Sutra. He was comprehending the Great Tao, sword arts, absolute arts, and so on. Multitasking was killing many birds with one stone. The chronicle of the headquarters recorded some matters related to the headquarters, so that people who came from the branch could have a more direct understanding of the headquarters. At the beginning of the chronicle of the headquarters, it was naturally about the rise and history of the Trade Wind sect, as well as their great achievements. After that, it recorded the cultivation resources in the headquarters and so on. For example, the Enlightenment Pagoda. For example, the Divine Martial Jade Wall. For example, the Heavenly Pillar. All in all, after Chen Zong finished reading the chronicle of the headquarters, he found that the cultivation resources in the headquarters were very abundant. Some of them were similar to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. For example, the realm of refinement was similar to the Enlightenment Pagoda in the headquarters of the Trade Wind Gang. However, there was no doubt that the Enlightenment Pagoda in the headquarters of the Trade Wind Gang was more effective than the realm of refinement in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, it was not so easy to obtain these cultivation resources. In the headquarters of the Trade Wind Gang, there was a list of the third realm called the Cool Breeze List. Only those who were listed on the Cool Breeze List were qualified to obtain these cultivation resources directly. Moreover, the higher the ranking, the more resources they would receive. This resulted in one thing: the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. The weak became weaker, but it did not mean that they were weak. They were still improving, but their improvement speed was much slower than those of the strong. If the difference between the two was originally 10, then with the difference in resources, the cultivation speed of the strong would be even more astonishing. On the other hand, because of the lack of resources, the cultivation speed of the weak would be slower. This 10 difference would expand to 20, 30, or even 100. There were only 10 places on the Cool Breeze list, and it had always been like this. Although the Cool Breeze list could not be compared to the Divine General list, it was still a benchmark that belonged to the Trade Wind Gang's headquarters. Every expert who was listed on the Cool Breeze list was listed on the Divine General list, and their rankings were not low. At least, Chen Zong's 8,000 place was not qualified to be listed on the Cool Breeze list. Other than being listed on the Cool Breeze list and being able to obtain these resources directly, there were other ways. Chen Zong put down the chronicle of the general building and started to think. Not long after, someone came to visit. It was the Han sect. Brother Chen, a straightforward person, does not resort to insinuations. As soon as the Han sect arrived, they did not beat around the bush. Instead, they went straight to the point and stated their purpose. For generations, when the prodigies of our branch came to the main building, they would be suppressed and ostracized by the prodigies of the main building. Chen Zong listened to Han men quietly. Only when the 4 branches join forces can we resist the attack of the geniuses from the main branch. Otherwise, we won't be able to get many resources, and our improvement will be slow, the Han Gate said solemnly. He was different from Chen Zong. Chen Zong had come from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, and had only joined the Trade Wind sect halfway through his journey. He was a member of the Trade Wind sect at the very beginning, but Han Men had been a member of the Trade Wind sect at the very beginning. His understanding of the Trade Wind sect was not something that Chen Zong could compare with. Moreover, since he was going to study in the main building, he would naturally do all kinds of research in advance. All along, when the prodigies of the branch came to the main building, they would be attacked and suppressed by the prodigies of the main building. Their purpose was naturally to snatch cultivation resources. Of course, the prodigies of the branch buildings would not be willing to be suppressed, and all kinds of conflicts would inevitably occur. The best way to resist the attack and suppression of the prodigies of the main building was for the prodigies of the 4 branches to join forces. This was the result of many experiences. At the beginning, the prodigies of the branch buildings did not join forces because they believed that they were more talented than the others. As a result, they were unable to resist the attack of the prodigies of the main building. When the prodigies of the branch buildings came to their senses, they immediately joined forces. However, because they were from different branches, only the branch buildings joined forces. Although they became stronger, they were still defeated by the prodigies of the main building one by one, and their resources were plundered. After learning from this painful experience, the strongest prodigies of the 4 first-grade branch buildings met. After a discussion, they finally decided that the 4 first-grade branch buildings would truly join forces and form an alliance to resist the attack of the main building's prodigies. At this point, they barely managed to gain a firm foothold and could confront the main building. They could then seize a portion of the cultivation resources, so that they would not end up empty-handed every time. Even so, they were always at a disadvantage in the confrontation with the main building. However, they had no choice but to do so. This time, as the strongest prodigy of the 4 first-grade branch buildings, Han Men took up the responsibility. After meeting with the strongest prodigies of the other 3 branches, they came to an agreement to find other prodigies to join the alliance. This alliance was called the 4 Extremes Alliance, which represented the alliance of the 4 first-grade branch buildings. The purpose of Han Men's visit was naturally to invite Chen Zong to join the 4 Extremes Alliance. After all, Chen Zong was an expert ranked 8,000th on the Divine General's list. His swordsmanship was extraordinary, and his strength was extraordinary. If he joined the 4 Extremes Alliance, he would definitely be a great general. Chen Zong pondered for a moment, then nodded and accepted Han Men's invitation to join the 4 Extremes Alliance. Great! Han Men was overjoyed. With you joining us, the 4 Extremes Alliance will become even stronger. Currently, the top 10 spots on the Cool Breeze list were all occupied by the prodigies of the main building. Of course, the 4 Extremes Alliance's next move was to obtain a spot on the Cool Breeze list. Han Men was ranked 6,000th on the Divine General's list, and his strength was not weak. In the 4 Extremes Alliance, Han Men was not the strongest, but the second strongest. The strongest was Luo Shu, who was ranked 5,800 on the Divine General's list. As for the top 10 prodigies of the main building on the Cool Breeze list, Han Men and the others had inquired about them. The last few prodigies were not ranked very high on the Divine General's list. At least, they were not as high as Han Men and Luo Shu. In other words, regardless of whether it was Han Men or Luo Shu, they were all qualified to be listed on the Cool Breeze list. However, as long as they were listed on the Cool Breeze list, they would be able to obtain cultivation resources directly. After joining the 4 Extremes Alliance, Chen Zong did not need to do anything for the time being. All he needed to do was to cultivate diligently. As for Han Men and Luo Shu, they directly challenged the 10th and 9th ranked prodigies on the Cool Breeze list. Chen Zong and the others also went to watch the 2 battles. After a fierce battle, as expected, no matter if it was the Han sect or Luo Shu, both of them defeated their opponents and successfully replaced their opponents on the Cool Breeze rankings. As expected, my strength is still not enough. Chen Zong could not help but think to himself. Although he could enter the top 8,000 if he challenged the Divine General's list now, he definitely would not be able to enter the top 7,000, let alone the Cool Breeze list. Therefore, Chen Zong was not in a hurry to challenge the other prodigies. Instead, he cultivated diligently and tried his best to improve himself. Chen Zong was very clear about his strengths and weaknesses. His weakness was his innate physique, which could not be compared with that of the Origin clan. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was a human, not a member of the Origin clan. His strengths were naturally his comprehension and the Heart Sutra. Therefore, he had to make full use of them and combine them with the Heart Sutra with his superb comprehension. He had to work hard to understand swordsmanship, great way, and unique skills to improve their profundity and power, and then enhance his own strength. The number of experts on the Divine General's list in the headquarters was naturally not comparable to that in the branch buildings. According to Chernzong, there were more than 30 experts on the Divine Generals list, which was almost as many as the prodigies on the Divine Generals list in the 4 branch buildings. Among them, 2 of the most powerful experts had already reached the Divine Strength realm and were ranked in the top 3,000 on the Divine Generals list. It was hard to imagine how powerful they were. However, they were not listed on the Cool Breeze list because they had reached the Divine Strength realm. However, Chernzong was very curious about the strength of the experts who had reached the Divine Strength realm. It was a pity that he could not see them fight. Otherwise, he would be able to have a good look at them. As for the cultivation resources, such as the Enlightenment Pagoda and the Divine Martial Jade Annulus, Chernzong was very curious about them. However, it was a pity that he was not qualified to enter them. As for how to enter them, he would have to go through the arrangements of the Trade Wind Tower and then compete for them. As time went by, Chernzong also went to find Wenshi to exchange swordsmanship with him. In other words, he gave Wenshi pointers on swordsmanship cultivation. This was a deal with Wenshi's elder, and the reward was a Great Way sword technique, the True Dipper swordsmanship. Now, Chernzong had further improved the True Dipper swordsmanship and reached the same level as the other 3 Great Way sword technique. However, the 4 Great Swordsmanship seemed to have reached a bottleneck at this level. If he wanted to improve further, it would be extremely difficult. At least for now, Chernzong was unable to break through to a higher level. There was no end to swordsmanship, but relatively speaking, there was also a limit. There was no end to swordsmanship, which meant that it could be improved and strengthened continuously. There was a limit to swordsmanship, which was due to one's comprehension and cultivation. Once one reached a bottleneck, it would be difficult to break through and stop. Whether there was a limit or not depended on one's cultivation. However, even if it was difficult to break through in a short period of time, Chernzong would not give up on cultivating and comprehending. Only by constantly comprehending and cultivating would he be able to accumulate and eventually break through the bottleneck and become stronger. For example, the World Sword Technique. Chernzong had improved the World Sword Technique to a higher level. The power of each stroke was at the level of a top rank 6 AoWu. If he broke through, he would be a rank 7 AoWu. A rank 6 AoWu was a middle-level AoWu, while a rank 7 AoWu was a high-level AoWu. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The first confrontation between the geniuses of the branch and the head tower was about to begin. This time, they would compete for the opportunity to cultivate the cultivation resources such as the Enlightenment Pagoda and the Divine Martial Jade Wall. Chernzong's eyes lit up. Both the Enlightenment Pagoda and the Divine Martial Jade Wall were what Chernzong wanted. Now the opportunity had come. The members of the 4 Extremes Alliance were gathered for the first time. More than 30 experts on the Divine Generals list and more than 40 top experts of the Divine Generals realm gathered together. Each of them exuded an astonishing aura. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.